need all these extra GameCube controllers connected. Yo. Welcome to the North. Greetings, stream replay viewers.
Indeed.
Indeed. See you later. Greetings, Laser Ratter 10. Greetings, the Lord Scruffy.
Howdy. Welcome to here.
Greetings, Ginny. Greetings, lowercase letters.
It was on my SD card the most recent version of USB GCN, right? Should be, shouldn't it?
It was installed anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I've not booted the installed channel. I booted the debug channel.
That should be fine, yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Greetings, Mike HH7. Greetings, Jacob423. Greetings, UY Julian.
Yes, hello everyone.
Greetings, Mumbles246.
How are you all? Interesting background noise.
An uncharacteristic cat picture.
Yes, that's still there. I haven't turned it off. Because it's going to stay put. This is fine. Let me put this somewhere sensible. There, presumably. That's a pretty sensible spot on top of a bunch of wires. You having fun, bro?
Yes. Are you?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. So yeah, hello everyone. So we're hopefully at this point entering the final tests of the USB GameCube support, having solved all issues. We hope.
Greetings, Aaron Mario Kart Wii fan.
Hello,
indeed, yes, everything should be working now.
No more pretty triangles. No more rumble bugs.
We've just been fixing the GameCube adapter support to lowercase letters, which we think is now about finished. So, in future, CTGP will support the GameCube USB adapter that is available, which allows you to plug in GameCube controllers via USB into a Wii U. It's released by Nintendo, and now CTGP supports it. Hooray!
Yep. Hey, we're just doing a few more tests just to make sure we haven't broken anything with the final setup. And yes, countdown. I will be doing countdown in a little bit after I've done. After I've sat here and spoken to everyone for a while and people gather round, you know.
Indeed, it's a picture of our cat James.
Yes, that is James Cat in the corner.
Two pictures of him, rather.
Yes. Two very good pictures.
Which came to be their last stream and have not since
turn them
removed.
off, so they're still there.
Greetings, Salai25
Salai.
underscore.
Yes, we think we fixed the super horrible red bug.
Exactly.
We're going to be running under the assumption that we have.
We have.
If
It's
we find
fine.
it,
It's
then that's
obvious that we
stupid,
have.
but yeah, it's pretty obvious that we fixed it.
Yes.
I can't think of a single way in which we haven't fixed it at this point.
We have fixed it. Hooray!
Time will build my confidence, as though we keep streaming, you know. So yeah, for those who haven't seen before, well, I'm not going to be able to show you the ports connected to the console without setting up a webcam. I have no intention of doing that. However, the channel actually supports having the USB GCN ports plugged in after the fact. You can start the CHBR channel and go, oh shit, I forgot to connect my my USB GameCube ports, and then plug them in. And also, for some reason, the controllers seem to be capable of rumbling even if the rumble power lead is not plugged in. So I'm not quite sure what that's even for. Maybe if there's 4 controllers it doesn't work quite right or something like that, but anyway. We ask it to rumble, it rumbles.
It would undervolt, yeah.
Yeah, we ask it to rumble and it rumbles, so...
Greetings, Ella King underscore.
Yeah, howdy. But yeah, if you have forgotten, or if you decide you don't want to use the ports, you can remove them, and the version number in the bottom left will briefly change to
USB GCN off!
New state of the GameCube controllers. Furthermore, when you boot the game with USB GCN enabled, I'll just put it back in, it will display it above the clock in the bottom right. The main reason to do that is actually just to let people, like people who are using a Wii U who might play Smash, who just left their ports connected or whatever, and then just booted CTGP and try to indicate to them that actually they can use the ports that are still connected to their machine just by plugging the GameCube controller to them.
Greetings, Happy Flappy 321.
Yo.
Greetings, Tiavoni 69. Greetings, Cool Star Dude. I knew there was someone else.
Yes, Chad's getting confused.
Yes, I was like,
Estimated date for this release? Soon, you know.
Soon, TM.
I liked get more testing done before we go anywhere, but no, it shouldn't be that far away. Also, in random things that we've altered, the connection time for the Ghost database has been improved somewhat, and hopefully I'll be able to demonstrate this here without causing a crisis. So when you actually connect to the Ghost database, we've enabled compression, which has reduced the size of the transfer by
It was always the
90%.
intention to, it's just we never got around to it.
So, with that in mind, check out these connection speeds. Whoop! And waiting for statistics. We're done. It's not bad.
Greetings, Zakharov!
Hey Zach, did you tell the Discord about the bug fix update?
I mean, admittedly, we're in the same building as the Ghost database,
Which
so
helps,
we've got a
yeah.
very fast internet connection.
And I also
to it,
did I also since we've been sitting here so long, all my local ghosts have populated. So.
Yeah.
But hopefully, you guys probably won't get.
You probably won't be that good
fast,
for you. It's,
but
that's because we're in the same. Like I say, we are in the same building as the database. So we
well,
have an
hopefully it's going to be
advantage,
at least
but it should be
a bit
somewhere.
faster. Yeah.
Somewhere.
Like
Good.
it should still take a tenth of the time that it did before, because like the compression ratio is like 90% or something stupid like that. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Right, now I don't want to exit the channel, I just want to exit the Ghost DB. But yes, I intend to play Countdown with this. I'm going to be using USB GameCube ports connected to my Wii, because why not? And I'm just going to play some Countdown, so if anyone wants to join in for that, then please... Blimey. USB GCN on as indicated by the bottom right.
Third party data that worked for Wii U but didn't work for Switch. Interesting, okay.
It might work.
It might work,
Try
it might not. If it doesn't, we might be able to look into why and fix it.
Yep.
I see no reason why not to if it's a simple tweak.
Yep.
Although, since we don't have one, it could be kind of awkward for us to work with, but I'm sure we can figure something out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, since we've got a hook build, do you want to just set a breakpoint on 80?
If you really want me to, yeah.
May as well. Gecko.net's still running over there. Go to the menu view.
Yes.
Nice and connected, I take it?
Yes.
Alright, well, let's get on with it then.
Yeah, the Ghost database is in our house, that's correct.
Yeah. And it's in the same room as us right now.
Yes. Or yon sofa.
That was a choice that we chose. That was something we chose to do, following on from the longest time where it is stored up in a spare room, away from the router and connected via unreliable power line Ethernet. We made the decision that actually we should just probably shift it to the router. So my room, which contains the router, now also houses the server. So yeah.
Oh yeah, so the USB GCN fix, that is
slot 3 based on that.
jolly complicated is the answer. It will depend on your technical know-how as to the ability to understand. I did lots of explanations on the last stream, so if you want a full explanation, then perhaps you should go back and watch a lot of that. The short explanation is Nintendo were using the floating point enable bit in the machine status register to indicate whether floating point registers has been saved and restored by the threading library. Because they were doing this, whenever an interrupt occurred, the floating point enable bit could pseudo-randomly, well, not randomly, but could flip randomly from the perspective of the thread, but not randomly, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were not aware of this, when we did a read modify write cycle on the MSR to disable interrupts, we would read the MSR and then potentially be interrupted, causing the floating point register to change, but not updating the register that we've moved the MSR into, thus meaning that the bit, we would have a stale value of the bit, and so when we modified and then wrote back the MSR, we would write back the wrong value for the floating point enable bit, which would confuse the threading library, causing it to arbitrarily corrupt the floating point registers of another thread. The solution to this, which Nintendo came up with themselves, because they recognise this bug, it's not a Mario Kart Wii bug, it's a bug with our stuff, is that every instance of a read, modify, write cycle on the machine status register has to be guarded, essentially. And in their case, they only have one instance of that, which is the method OS disable interrupts. And in order to make it so it works, the threading library checks specifically whether it interrupted the method OS disable interrupts, and if it did, it resets the SRR0 to the start of that method.
Thus any method that tries to implement the same behaviour will be subject to a bug.
Exactly. Thus, in order to not have the bug, we have to call OS disable interrupts rather than doing a read modify write on the MSR register manual.
And no, this is not my new, not a new capture card. Sword is sending me one, but I have not seen it yet, so it ain't not much I can do. I can't use what I don't have.
Greetings, Bombastish. The cat is there due to it being briefly there last stream, and we haven't turned it off.
So either Luigi or the cat. Which one do you think is cuter?
He's quite a cute boy. Yes, the test here at the moment, we're just making sure that the USB GameCube adapters are fully stable. It would be jolly awkward if we released a controller which wasn't a good controller. We've already had a couple of bugs. So we had a bug where the rumble would get stuck. That was caused by cache line invalidation affecting variables that happened to be stored in the cache line. So I've now made sure that all cache line invalidates have a cache line all to themselves. And we also had a bug where, amusingly, we would go onto screensaver, so it would dim the screen if the...
You were exclusively using the USB GCN ports.
Yes, because our USB GameCube controller support was not telling the system that the user was making inputs. We weren't aware we had to. And
despite the fact that the game is very aware of this.
Yeah. So the system wasn't aware that the user was making inputs, so it felt that no inputs were being made.
So we did the
and so eventually we put it onto screen dimming mode, even though you were playing the game actively, so that was kind of annoying.
Fortunately, that's controlled by the game, so it was easy enough to fix.
The OS, the PC is on the database. It's a virtual machine Windows 2008 server running on a Ubuntu. Is it? No, it's 2008.
Oh, it probably was once upon a time.
It was once upon a time. It's 2008.
Whoa!
Windows 2008 server as a virtual machine running on a Ubuntu 16, I think.
Some really obscure combination.
There's also a Ubuntu 16 with Nginx, running as the front end for the server as well. So, like 3 operating systems.
Huh. I'm doing very good here. I mean, I got points, but I'm also being silly.
VM, really? How come? Because every time we've had one of the damn things explode, we've then had to fully reinstall the bloody OS. Whereas when it's a VM, we can just migrate it. Yeah, exactly. Windows 2008 server is basically Windows 7 server, if you like. Windows 2003 server was basically Windows XP server.
Shit's sake.
So it makes a lot of sense to have it as a virtual machine, because then we can just migrate it if there's any problems. Whereas previously we'd actually have to reset it all up, which was annoying.
Thanks for 20 bits, Fuse. Oh.
Yes, thank you very much for the 20 bits. Here's the Mayflash USB adapter, the best third-party adapter. I've heard of that one, I can't say. Is Windows 7 the best for servers? I have no idea. The science of me picking a server operating system was not a science at all. It was I had it free.
Yeah.
So that was the decision-making process that went into that one. Yeah, I would now tend to grope for sort of Ubuntu's by default, just for the longevity of the server. I mean, I appreciate Canonical who go under, but you know, is less like I feel like they're more likely to rolling upgrade rather than Windows, which obviously eventually you're gonna have to pay Microsoft again at some point.
I think Windows Vista died in a fire a long time ago, as it rightfully should have. Vista was a bit of a joke of an OS. Very graphically intensive, no computer could run it because they just weren't beefy enough, you know. And all for a bunch of visual fluff. And then a bunch of stuff that was not compatible. I just remember the nonsense of upgrading to Vista from XP was a nightmare because so much stuff just didn't work.
Greetings, Kakukero. Mind you, in a sense, it was doomed to fail because XP had such a they never intended XP to last as long as it did. That was a a happy accident.
I'll take happy accidents, however.
Which means that users were out of the cycle of upgrading and developers were out of the cycle of supporting more than one thing. So I think it was kind of doomed to struggle due to the fact that XP had such a long life.
Yeah. Looks like I should be able to hit Jacob, but I can't. Too bad for me.
Elias the Crafter. I think I'm finally going to play my first Wingfight game. Excellent.
Hey.
Good luck. You got it all set up?
Done the 1 week wait and everything? I presumably got a new friend code because I don't think there's many people who are able to use their old friend codes anymore thanks to Wingfight no longer supporting the importing of the old ones. Which is a crying shame in my opinion. I understand why it was taken away, but equally, I don't know.
I have waited 2 weeks. That should be enough.
Yeah, that's dramatic.
Have you considered removing TCs from CDWs yet? Well, we don't really want to do things that change game balance too much, in our opinion. That's not what CCGP is about, I don't think. We're not trying to correct Mario Kart Wii as such. We don't think there's anything wrong with it. We're trying to enhance it. So, no. However, room rule voting will do what it does.
Yes. It's going to certainly have the auto fire and effect options, so maybe there might even be item disabling options, you know.
I had my first Wingfight game yesterday. Excellent, Harvey.
Nice.
I hope you enjoyed it. Greetings, Mega Drive Tails. Thank you, yes, as we say, we were randomly showing pictures the other day on a stream and happened to stumble upon this one. People asked to have it in the corner, so there he sits in the corner.
Where it can be hot swapped in and out depending on events.
Yes.
Or arbitrary whims, more likely.
I still don't understand why Wingfight doesn't support the Wii for FC. Well, the reason why is actually the opposite way round, if you like.
The problem is not that...
Wingfight doesn't get it, it's that the Wii doesn't like Wingfight. So how they work is, the Wii says to the server, hey, what do they give? Do they give the PID or do they give the...
No, they don't give the PID.
They give the secret, don't they?
They send the secret,
yeah. Okay, so the Wii sends its secret, which it stores in its save file and doesn't tell anyone. It's like your password for Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So the Wii sends its secret to the Wingfight, or from the license, and the idea, nice one. The idea is that Wingfight is then supposed to reply, or Wi-Fi, with your PID,
which is your friend code.
Your friend code. Now, Wingfight obviously doesn't know your friend code by your secret because all it's getting is your secret. So it's just like, here's a new friend code for you. Is this what you mean? And the Wii goes, oh my god, you don't know who I am. Error code 60,000. So that's actually why the error code 60,000 occurs. It's because the Wii is rejecting Wingfight.
Yeah.
Wingfight is saying to you, here's an FC I've got free for you. Would you like to have it? And the Wii is going, I've already got an FC. That's not my FC. What? And rejecting it. So,
interestingly, I found a way to skip the check, and if you do skip the 60,000 check, you will play under the brand new friend code, and it remains forever yours.
Yes.
So
that will probably be coming to a CTGP.
Yes, we will make it write the new friend code into the save file because currently it doesn't.
Greetings, Handy863. So the fix to that would be to change the Wii so that it doesn't reject the friend code, essentially. Yeah. Because, like I said, the problem is purely on the Wii side. The Wii is saying, error code. The Wii is saying.
I mean, no, one isn't a valid friend code anyway, so that was not a hard one to. I mean, all they can do is claim a PID, right?
Yeah.
I say, to be honest, my opinion on that, and I think it's a sensible one, is first come, first served. If someone's already got the PID, no one else can have it. If you try to import over a PID that a secret is already associated with, well, too bad, you can't have it, but everything else is fine. I mean, if you really didn't want people messing around in the low ranges, just limit it to what Nintendo Wi-Fi connection actually had. We know where the lowest PID and we know the highest PID that was ever created, so it has to be within that range,
But like we say, regardless, our intention is to make it so the Wii no longer is so picky. So at the moment the Wii is picky, and like I say, it will reject the server with error code 60,000 if the server can't correctly respond with the friend code.
I say it's far easier just to take, because Wi-Fi just returns the next PID up.
Yeah, Wi-Fi allocates you one, essentially. Wi-Fi says, okay, here you go.
If you take it, then Wi-Fi keeps it, and if you don't, it gives it to the next person.
Yeah.
But so if you take it, that's fine. That is, the game will use it and Wii5 will remember you buy it.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is just write that into your save file and we're done.
So
you don't lose any of your records.
What we envisage happening in future is rather than getting error code 60,000, people will just log on to their existing license and the friend code will just change. It will just be a new friend code when they connect to Wii5 for the first time. But thereafter it will be stable.
This will come in with an interesting side effect of making secrets work across all custom servers no matter what they are, because your friend code will simply change to match whichever server you're playing on.
Yeah.
Because as soon as it'll either reply with your
known friend
code, because it will be remembering it, or a new one.
Yeah.
And that friend code will remain consistent depending on the server. So when you sign on, your friend code will LWC, your friend code will always be X, and on WayneFi, your friend code will always be Y, and on Bean5 or whatever, it'll be Z, or Bean Junior 5, because I don't have Bean5. You know. And because the servers are not hearing, oh, login aborted or whatever, and I just remember you can go secret, it's not a problem. Or shouldn't be, anyway.
Yeah, assuming they coded well.
Yeah. Well, I don't see, well... And even if they're not, the Wii would have said 60,000, which means you couldn't play anyway, so, you know.
What is the error code with the highest number?
There's some 6-digit error codes out there. Some in the 200,000 range, which I believe are mostly associated with the shop. I completely failed the scrum, and now I'm failing everything else. Yeah. This is going to go poorly.
How's the Rumble, kids?
Yeah, it feels like Rumble. It's not on stock, if that's what you're wondering. Oh my god. Can I please get something a little stronger? I think, actually, no, that's not possible anymore. Good. Oh god. This is going to be unfortunate. I can already tell. Ah, that was pretty unfortunate and all. I don't deserve applause for that, guys. Shut up. Well, okay. I mean, you can't put that was not, I guess. Most people didn't have time. That's interesting.
Low scoring match.
Very. That doesn't mean I'm going to get away with it.
Was a low scoring thriller.
Well, bugger. My road to 9999 just ended there. Oh well. The stream is young.
The road does not end, it meanders.
Yeah.
It turns.
It fell off a cliff briefly, yeah. Japan only BBC iPlayer channel. Why would Japan have a BBC iPlayer to begin with?
BBC is worldwide, in fact.
I mean, oh well, yeah, true, but yeah. I just didn't think the iPlayer saw much use outside of here. But hey, could be wrong. I know that we can get the iPlayer channel as well. Perhaps unsurprisingly, but yeah. I never tried using it, and I don't know if it particularly works anymore, but...
I would doubt it.
Oh, you never know.
I think I do.
I mean, it's not really, like...
The error code numbering isn't arbitrary either. Like, the digits all have different meaning. Like, the first digit tells you something, the second digit...
how far into the connection process were you is the first number. So, like, most common ones, 20100, you're at stage 2, which is pretty early, you know. Stage 5 errors tend to be with the root, so 51330 and stuff like that. 6 is login server, 6000. 8 and 9 tend to occur after you've already gotten online, such as 86420, 85020, 9 error codes tend to happen if you're in a game and something's gone to shit.
Greetings, is that Starkey? Yes, Luigi __. The USB GCN is primarily designed to work on the Wii.
Yeah. And there ain't no point making it for, well, there is
a mild point working it for the Wii, but there's
it wasn't enough of a point to justify making it, so we made it
we're
for
making it for the Wii.
Yeah.
That's our intention.
Alright, let's go. Fuck. This is wrong. Oh my god. Well, those were bad throws. This bomb line. Saw this very odd in-clan war yesterday. which consisted of everybody must vote random and all tracks are enabled, including non-CTs. The Thundercloud auto fire is off, the item box is on, and all items can land. And I don't think they necessarily realised that all items can land also means restricted items are no longer restricted.
No.
There is not the shock anymore. There is a shock. You have the shock? No, you have a shock, and the other bagger can also get one. or the baggers can both end up in a bill race together and stuff like that.
When is the new update coming out? When it is ready.
Yeah. I'd like to hear a bit more news from the beta testers before I release it, honestly, because certainly these tests are pretty good, but I'd like to hear, we need to know if other consoles are working, you know? Too often we release things that only work on our console, you know?
Well, like the screen dimming thing, we'd never have found that.
Yeah, because my screen burning was off. I forgot all about it. It was a known bug, but I'd forgotten it. Oh god. I cannot escape from this back of the pack hell.
This is a public room, yes, so if you just search up on Countdown, you have a chance of getting this one, but unfortunately I think it's full at the moment, so...
Maybe, well at the moment, I see 10 players in the race, so...
You probably don't have a chance of getting in. I will check if it is full, which you can check yourself via the Wingplay pages or via the Chadsoft online status. It is full currently, but it is just a arbitrary public room, so people are free to come and go as they please. Bean also has open host,
oh wow,
which means...
I blew up Fun Luigi!
If you have his friend code added, you can join his rooms without having to add you back. So
yes.
The friendship doesn't have to be mutual. So if you find his friend code, which is in the stream description, you can add it, and then you should be able to press join friend, which will obviously take you straight to this room if possible. But as I say, it is full currently, so you won't be able to get in.
Yes.
But you can sit there pointlessly trying if you wish. Greetings, PN Beef.
Yeah, Zach, do we know if anyone has actually obtained the bug fix update and has run it at all? With the rumble fix and burn-in reduction fix. I mean, the burn-in reduction fix is certainly running on my machine because my screen's not dimmed after several races now, and I have left the setting turned on, but yes.
Have you tried the new connection speed to the Ghost database?
Apparently it worked great up to 4,000 and it stuttered.
Ow.
Which is unfortunate, to say the least.
Ow. I tried.
I think it was a good attempt. Worse attempts have happened. As I told you on Skype, no, there was no downtime for the Ghost DB. Washed up Goldman was that? Did I sense? Does I sense it? Whoa! 29 months. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Brace yourself, guys.
It's coming home. England are coming home. It's coming home, home, come home. England, coming home. England are coming home. Mushroom pizzas. Coming home, home.
That was the most wonderful rendition of that song that I've ever heard.
Should we just stop for breath?
It had a great melody to it and a nice beat. I would rate it somewhere between the professional pop version, slightly worse than that, and slightly better than the version that's often sung by fans in a slightly drunken state.
That one's just noisy. Why I no score for power? I'm not that laggy. Shut off.
But thank you very much for the 29-month subscription. Sword of Seals, as always.
Out. Oh god.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Let's have an encore. It's coming home. England are coming home. It's coming home. Home, come home. England coming home. England are coming. Home, mushroom pizzas coming home, ho.
Very nice.
Another rousing
however long
rendition.
that was.
Thank you very much for... Yes, I actually missed the song.
It's gone off the top of the screen.
But,
yes, because we did so well.
that was a 38
Acid
months
mushroom
in a
pizza,
row.
of course. 13 months, bloody hell. More like Stephen and Sword are coming home.
Yeah, I assume how it is, Sword, is the algorithm can only take in so much text at a time, so basically it takes in as much as it can, turns it into speech, sends it to the user, then works on the next bit. So it sort of does it in sequence, so it can only carry, you know, a certain amount of audio and a certain amount of text to the user each time, so it has to break it down into little segments.
Well, I was going to dodge the shot. This rate again, not amazing, but I wish I was up top laying these traps. I really don't want to be here in fourth, regretting my life choices. That was pretty interesting. Ooh, I got really locked. Okay, we're going this way. Oh my god, that's slightly astonishing.
If I join Bean, should I be on the GCN or just leave them plugged in? It's up to you. I mean, leaving them plugged in is a test in and of itself, and it's not one we commonly do.
Yep, that used to be the go-to test, didn't it?
It did.
Oh, now I get 6 fibs into place in optimal positions after nobody has any time to reach them anymore, you know.
I wouldn't speak so soon.
Yeah.
I think they were fairly well timed.
Okay. I can still use an axe, though. Hey, finally, I dodged the banana. I really do need the axe. Yeah! Fuck. I wouldn't have ever taken anyone anyway. I was not at the right angle. Whew. Gosh, look at all these low-ranked players just coming in and killing us all. USB GCN, now it refers to the USB GameCube controller ports that were built by Nintendo for Smash 4. That work on Wii U and on some Switch games as well, I believe.
Basically, you can plug your GameCube controller into this device and then plug that into the USB ports on a Wii U, and then you can use GameCube controllers on a Wii U, except it only works in one bloody game. So we made it work in 2.
Thank you for 100 bits, Darkstar.
I decided to boot CTGP back up after I saw Troy came back to YouTube. It had 72 updates and I refused to just re-download the latest version from the site.
It warned you.
Took an entire day, but I'm glad to be playing again, smiley face.
Oh my god.
I'm surprised you sat through that. And I'm glad
Well,
that it
I'm
worked.
glad it worked, yes.
Because our update has the tendency to go wrong.
Especially on long runs. But anyway, well done. Welcome back.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy. I hope it was worth your long day.
Yes, indeed. I was thinking, bro, I should actually get up now that I've got a phone of some description and make a tutorial for Android phones. There should be, surely nowadays, there should be enough built into these things that you could download CTGP.
I think it probably will be possible. I
Micro
don't know how many
SD,
people are going to be
micro
working
SD to SD adapter.
on an Android phone to download CTGP.
Well,
but
I mean, I'm just saying. Like,
it's a possibility.
computers are actually becoming less common these days. There are a lot of people who only own smart devices.
I suppose.
So I'm
Whether
just kind
that's
of
the same
thinking.
set of people that own Wii's, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I hear plenty of interesting stories, you know.
We don't know about the third-party ones. We hope so, and if they don't, I'm sure we can look into why.
If we will say if they function absolutely identically to the WUP 28,
Yeah, as long as they're
official
compatible,
one,
yeah.
then they should work here.
Yeah, we
just
haven't done anything special, but maybe there's some dumb reason why they don't work or whatever, because I've coded it. So, I'll
Oh god! No! Whee!
as long as there's nothing dodgy about them, and I don't think there is, then we'll happily do whatever we need to do to support them, because I can't imagine there's much of a difference.
As long as it responds with the same hardware type or something like that, and then
Yeah, well,
responds to the activation
USB
signal.
is done via the vendor ID and product ID. That's how USBs work. So there's a 16-bit vendor ID and a 16-bit product ID, and that's how I.
It's not. Is it exclusive at all, or is it legally not? Are you legally not supposed to steal one that isn't yours? Or
Well, the USB consortium maintains a list of well-known
Devices,
vendor IDs.
yeah.
They don't maintain the device ID list. That's per vendor,
Yeah.
but the vendor ID list is certainly curated. But whether people obey that or not is another.
We'll find
matter.
out. You would think Nintendo would also check to see if what's plugged in.
Correct.
before
They
sending
and
a
I'm pretty
start
sure they
signal.
will just check against the vendor ID and product ID.
Yeah.
So, but also
That's
as
my
well as
browser
all
is
of that,
unlucky.
devices can describe themselves as well. So they report like a class of device. So in this case, it reports itself as an HID device, human input device.
Despite the fact that it's not natively compatible with anything.
Yes, exactly. So maybe the other adapters have a different vendor ID, let's say, but have the same class ID, and that's how it's supposed to detect it or whatever. So I can fix that if that's true. But Yeah, at the moment I'm just detecting exact match on product and vendor ID,
Yep.
and I assume that the knockoff ones just use the same value.
And if they don't, why don't they?
Yeah. I think, because legally there's nothing USB can do. I think, legally speaking, you can't use the USB logo on a device unless you've met their approval and paid them some money.
Maybe they don't have one.
So, legally you can't say something is USB compatible, because that's a trademark or whatever, or I can't remember how they enforce it. But basically that's their trick, is that you can't put the USB logo on a device and call it USB compatible unless you've met their standard, and their standard would enforce, for example, vendor and product ID exclusivity.
Unique, yeah.
However, your standard knockoff bootleg device will not bother with any of this, and will just
make a device that works.
Correct.
Not have it validated.
Correct.
Yes. Anyway, I managed to scramble my way up to Axe, and now I'm just trying to.
Frames later? No, not typically. Bean tends to just do.
Well, stranger things have happened, especially now that item range is out.
Yeah, item range does change that dynamic somewhat.
Yeah. So I'm using to see people's first times to item range as well, whenever that comes along. Someone was laggy. Anyway, took a while to finish. Scruffy confirms that the Mayflash USB GTN adapter works. Yeah, actually, in all current existing CGP channels, you can use the WAP28 controller.
Yes. Hang on, yes. If you've got
you can't play the game with it, but
yes.
you can certainly use it in the CGP
I've
Revolution
forgotten
channel.
that, yes, the CGP
So if you want to
Revolution
test
channel
device,
at the
you can
moment
do it
supports
right now.
it. So if you've got the CGP Revolution channel at the moment, you can test your adapter. I forgot
but
that.
only in the menus of CGP.
Yes, it won't work in the
cannot
game
play the game with it
because the game drive was our one that had bugs in it, which we've now fixed. But our channel driver was fine and it stayed in. So if you want to test your device, just go on to CGP, plug it in and try it, and it should work. Yeah, I've forgotten that. Yeah.
You can also see if it's detecting it if you plug it in after the power's on when you're on the front page with the version number, because it will say USB GCN on in your language. When
Frankly,
you
if
plug
it's
it
doing
in.
that, it'll work.
Yeah, if it's doing that, it's gonna work. So yeah, start CGP, plug your adapter in. The version number should flip to say USB GCN on. Maybe. I'm not sure if the CGP actually the current CGP Revolution channel may not acknowledge that, but it will certainly acknowledge the buttons.
Yeah.
So even if it doesn't say it, you can still try pressing buttons and see what happens. And that will of course be compatible with the game logic when it's made available.
Yeah, we haven't increased or decreased compatibility, so
yeah. Probably because everyone was scrumming so hard, Aaron. I've noticed it cleared up fairly well after we stopped, but yeah. Needless to say, a scrum is a lot harder to process than a spread out pack. And as have a brief.
Yeah, I mean, the game, as is common with many games, if you want to look into it, how games handle physics generally is they exclude impossibilities. So those three races on the horizon, because they're sufficiently far away, it'll go, there's no chance of them hitting the characters in the scrum, so let's not bother even checking. Whereas the characters in the scrum, because they're all so close together, it's like, well, I better check if they're touching each other or whatever. Yeah. And so those extra calculations for all those checks is what slows the game down. So when the race spreads out, it will run smoother and faster, because the game can quickly exclude impossibilities. Because like now, Bean's Wii will not be processing Bean's collision against the racers back at the start line.
Might be checking, I don't think it's even, probably won't even be checking against Sadai right now.
No, probably far enough away. Yeah. Greetings, MKW Raw YT.
Yo. Whoa. Whoa.
Sort of sealed. Bean, my boy King Alex has our glitch at 232. We're optimizing it so well, I'm so proud.
What I don't understand about about the current glitch is that as far as I saw, people were just they kind of did what we see on the Wi-Fi glitch, is just get the respawn bug from shooting backwards over the start line but missing it, if you see what I mean. Which we know doesn't count laps, but I'm not sure why that's being classified as a glitch unless it would count the lap, if you see what I mean. So maybe someone should try getting it and spinning around and going back to the key check, because if it's detected as glitch, it means that theoretically it's triggered. It should be going off, you know.
Yeah, but
unless it triggers glitch for any reason going out of bounds.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Obviously our glitch detection is a bit shaky.
It is, but I mean, they don't seem to hit any checkpoints. They just, it's quite similar to the fib over the wall, except that you just don't fib over the wall. You just go around the fucking wall, you know. Well, I'd be curious to see actually. Once he goes through position trackers, will be an interesting thing. Get the current record and get the glitch record. Put them side by side because they will be in second when he does the glitch. Does he respawn for any moment in first? Does the position tracker say first? Because if he did, I'm pretty sure turning around and going back would get you a lap count. And while I'm not necessarily expecting that to work, I'm just surprised that our glitch detection is going off for that.
Yeah, we need to improve it though. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, certainly. That would be so dumb. However, it could well be the case, you know. During the respawn, the game clearly must think you trigger a checkpoint that isn't the one immediately before the start line first, otherwise it would not put you in the glitch category. That's it. No,
yeah, but
it doesn't observe whether that checkpoint is loaded or not, but the only one you could
make all these bold assertions, MrBean35000VR, but at the end of the day, our glitch detection, our glitch detection logic is written by us two.
Yes,
and
so
so
it's not perfect, and it doesn't.
I am willing to believe that our glitch detection logic is wrong, rather than our understanding of the RR glitch being wrong. I think that's more likely.
Perhaps. There's only ones that are checkpoints in that area, Zach. I mean, one thing that would work, pretty much guaranteed, is if you could get a sufficient sway that you managed to, like, kind of curl around the second to last checkpoint and hit the one before that. That would count a lap, no matter what. I can tell you that much. So if you could somehow leap around that checkpoint and get under the track, it doesn't really matter if you're on the track, as long as you get under it and then fall. That would work. Yeah, kind of like Sherbetland, you know, where you kind of flick away and then try to curl back in. Only you don't have only this time you're working with a straight line of checkpoints, which probably makes it kind of difficult, given lack of air control.
Greetings, 20 fish.
Yo. Right, what am I doing? Daisy Circuit, that's what I'm doing.
Questioning your very existence.
I do that often.
No, you don't.
I am reading chat, dude.
You even got a greeting from chatters.
Yeah, you got a greeting from chatters.
You have been sufficiently greeted. Consider yourself greeted.
Why do you need me to do it? Huh? Just because it's my stream. I will probably fix offline battle, honestly.
Yeah, that needs fixes.
Okay, enough. Enough, fools! Give me the box. Oh. Oh boy. I can see it's going to be a wonderful day. Okay.
Do you think you could add the controller someone's using to the results screen online? Yes, theoretically. No, we're not going to.
What's going on?
Add the controller someone's using to the results screen online.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see the point.
Yeah. That is theoretically possible, we're not going to do it. Next question.
The question you need to ask yourself when you request a feature is, how useful is it? Who's going to get things out of it?
Is it worth me and Bean getting off our lazy arses to code it for a few hours for your mild enjoyment one time?
You circumvented vans? That doesn't make you smart, you know. That's not exactly difficult.
On which platform, good sir? Twitch or Wi-Fi?
Answer carefully. What you answer may determine the course of your future. Dip to you. What are you talking about? What language are you even speaking right now, dear brother mine? Dib.
Dolphin.
Dolphin.
Wi-Fi then.
Wi-Fi then. Okay. Thanks for the info. I'll ban you next time I see you online.
No, mission mode wouldn't replace battle, it would just be as well. There's no need to replace things, like, the game isn't that tight on space. I mean, it's tight on space, don't get me wrong, especially with CTGP around, but it's not that tight.
He says boldly.
Well, like, we have extreme ways, I feel.
Oh, yeah?
Well, like, eventually we can, start paging stuff out.
Yes, because that'll
If
make
the RAM
CTGB
exhausts.
jolly fast.
Yeah, if the RAM exhausts, we can page out things.
Let's make CTGB run slower by needing to swap in and out the code from the SD card at every every 2
Three
minutes.
things, it was all intended. Yeah, but we could be strategical about it. Like when you're not in mission mode, we'll swap out the mission mode pages.
Yeah.
Aha, it's genius.
Somewhat tactical.
And when you're not in battle, we'll swap out the battle pages.
Yes, we don't tend to ban based on friend codes, honestly. Well, I sure don't, anyway. Certainly it helps, but friend code is not required for me to ban.
Mr. Bean is like a ninja. Is it possible to
I do go to obscene lengths to find people who I don't know where are. That is the truth. Okay.
It is
Will
possible
do.
to implement custom USB controller support, theoretically speaking. However, we don't see the great need.
Oh, wow. He's gone.
Rip.
I didn't do that. Shadows didn't do that.
What paging algorithm will you use? Well, quite. Presumably least recently used. We can only page out things we know that won't be accessed by their real address, their physical address, or by the iOS. So that basically means all of the code. Because I can pretty much guarantee none of the code will be accessed by the iOS.
Yep.
And it doesn't really matter where it is.
Indeedy.
So we can swap that all out.
Uh-huh. I'm still watching Daisy Second, we haven't had it yet. It's still so hot.
We're getting close, Laser at yes, unfortunately. I mean, our 4-player, the fact that 4-player doesn't work in CTGP was an out-of-memory thing. So, yeah, CTGP...
Although we fixed that now, yeah.
CTGP teeters on the brink, and every time we add a new feature, we nervously look at the results of the compile to see if it's going to fit.
Of course on.
So, yeah.
Oh, by the way, just so you know, I don't know if you've sent it out yet, but I haven't seen the capture card arrive yet. So, I will let you know when it does, though. So I'm still using Ghetto Card.
If I remember correctly, the Nintendo can read from Wii U Pro controllers. Is it possible for CGP to do that? Presumably, but again, I mean, the main motivation for adding the GameCube controller support was that the game has GameCube controller support.
What does this how does this describe a human? What is this picture? What does it say?
Hey, so what is your FC? Hey, dude, mate.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. Don't worry. I do know the guy. He's a little bit of an idiot. Well, whatever.
But yes,
he posted a video called "Retarded Ween5 Bans," which was basically going through observing people who were banned for meanings, mostly. I'm like, yes, this is the kind of chap we are dealing with.
But yes,
That level of intelligence, right?
At any rate, yeah, we're supporting GameCube controllers because it just seems logical, right? People have got this adapter which supposedly adds GameCube controller support to the Wii U. And they got their CTGP, which is supposedly a game that supports GameCube, and they plug it together and they're like, what? It doesn't work? So the idea is the idea is to make it make logical sense and say, well, the adapter that gives Wii U's GameCube controller ports does indeed work with CTGP as you might expect it to. Our project is not to increase the number of controllers Mario Kart Wii supports. Like, it's not just an arbitrary...
We're actually just trying to add GameCube.
We're just trying to add a feature that seems
it.
very obvious, which is to say, the adapter that makes Wii U support GameCube should make work, you know?
Yeah. I think that's a bit of a weird trap, but...
My CGP crashed when this course was chosen. It could be a disk, it could be
the My Stuff
the
folder.
My Stuff
Do you
folder.
have anything in the My Stuff folder?
It could be CGP itself being corrupt, it could be anything.
It's unlikely it would be CGP itself being corrupt if it's a Nintendo track loading.
Unlikely, but
not working. More likely to be the My Stuff folder. What on earth was that noise? Not for the game. That was outside. Don't worry.
Right.
I'm not saying the USB GCM is corrupting the sound buffer. Do not worry.
New bug confirmed, legit.
What am I doing? That was a terrible banana spot. Someone tell me off for being
Congratulations, Cool Star Dude, who is now in the room.
Oh, that surprisingly worked. Welcome to the room. Get him! Ow. Oh. I'm so good. I'm so good at this game, dude. Oh no. Hitting yourself with bananas is how you're supposed to win. It's my meta.
It's the new meta.
Oh yeah. If it's got poison, it actually would be. However, I did have a small brain when I made this mode, and that doesn't score.
Yes, that must be it. Your cranial capacity was too low.
Whoa! Well, this is dumb. No.
That was dumb.
I was going for the green shell. I didn't even want to entertain the idea of. I'm not going to make it to the cannon, and now the race is over.
Your countdown fun is over.
Macarena.
I really do wish that we'd localise it like that.
What?
Your countdown fun is over.
Yep. Well, I'm sure people can text hack it to be that.
They can, but it's not the same as
It's
us
in
doing it.
CTDN. And friends. No, I would not, Zachary. There's no reason to. I can.
Yes,
finish
let's arbitrarily recode
I'll
things.
finish manipulating the VS interface so it works properly. You know. I can do that.
Plus probably point detection.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, congratulations on moving to third sword, even though I know that's not what you were aiming for.
Oh, did he? Awesome.
Yes, he has moved into third.
Third
It is
is line to
one
the
step
arm.
closer to ultimate triumph. Or penultimate triumph, you know. No, because I think Cannon is closer to a versus race than a battle.
Vice Gardener elect.
That is unfortunate, Sword. Just catch what I am missing, because I'm losing track of chat. Anyway.
That's what I'm here for.
Ah.
To summarise.
Your green pipe instead? Is that what you're going to do next? That'd be an intriguing
Choice.
transition.
Does the Wii have home software that can play CDs? Probably.
Or like regular CDs.
I assume that's what they mean, yes.
That won't work.
Why?
The laser.
Can it
It
not?
does not have a laser for a CD.
Yeah.
Why would it need one?
Well, I just thought it would be a standard component that would support a lot of things that they've disabled features on.
I don't think so. Oh, hey, could be. What do I know? Good. Oh, good. Oh, even worse. Why am I in fourth? Okay, it's time to go. I think this scrum sucks. Ah. So Sword plans to avenge me for some reason. Hey, Dad, how's it going?
Oh, that's you.
Yes, I'm doing good. That makes some modicum of sense.
The more you know, the
What was
more
it?
it snows.
I feel like an idiot. Blow up. God damn it. I'm going this way, no one goes this way. And I'm going to launch an attack from on high. Ha ha! Woohoo! Oh! But I did catch someone else in it.
That was the most
Go-
predictable thing in the world.
But I scored! It was good! Entirely worth it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll read the rest of the lowercase letters. Hope you feel better soon.
See ya! Oh, you actually banned him from Wienfire as well. That was cute. See, it's not even me. Oh. Which actually means I lost. Because he asked me to ban. Shit. Darn.
Well,
I have been outplayed.
you can unban him and ban him again.
Ah, that's true. I am a moderator with that kind of power. Why the fuck would I do that?
So that you can fulfill your promise.
We just ban him twice. It's okay. Doesn't do anything. Yee! Okay, I think I'm gonna keep this and take the respawn code. Yes, I am. Yo, that was pretty bad respawn code.
God,
Whatever.
blimey.
I like how that respawn is just in the off-road. Dang, I don't think 8 points is enough for much of anything, really. Oh, shit. Luigi! Yeah! Alright, I'll take this.
Well, I'm sure the sages can meet in a dark corner to talk about that one, Zach.
It depends on the band types, honestly. Look carefully at what each band description says and you will find out why it is that way. However, if you find more information that is useful, feel free to use it. Yes, but you have to remember what part of it was unlimited. Read the band carefully and don't talk about it here.
Oh, I hope he's back. Hello!
Hey, Macarena. Actually thought he's a fantastic moderator. But he can't ban you from Wingfight.
The cat is just one cat taken in 2 different pictures in the bottom left
It's a
corner.
before and
That
after.
is the the
Spots
two
the
photos
camera,
are probably
approaches the camera.
30 seconds apart.
Yeah. Oh, bugger.
The cat is James Cat, who is our cat here at our house. He is, 15 years old, I think?
Yes, actually, he's a pretty old cat now.
He's a senior gentleman.
I hope my reaction was appropriately disappointing. I aim to please. Fuck me, I can never get
And
that
he's
right.
on the screen because we happened to flash his picture up and people asked if it could replace the picture at the bottom left, so we did it.
What the hell? I need to spend some time with this track and actually learn it. Because it's pretty clear. As I currently stand out. Not good enough. Not good enough. Oh god, I should have actually just placed it. But it worked out, actually. As it would happen. Anyway, 1 lap later and a few traps and nothing. Oh, this is useful. Good.
Yes, cats can live a goodly long time. They can live to about 20
Yep.
or so.
They can. He doesn't look like he's gonna
Yeah.
stop anytime soon either. Yes, finally.
Well, his pace of life is basically wake up, eat, sleep.
Yeah.
Wake up again, eat, sleep.
Go out, piss.
Go
sleep.
outside, piss, come back in, sleep. So, yeah.
What the? I'm so bad at this track.
He's so docile at this point that birds don't even run away from him in the garden. Like, and he doesn't chase them either. Like, he'll just walk into the garden and birds will, like, look up from their food or whatever and just go
Get
back
on
to
with it.
eating.
Yeah.
Like, he just genuinely... He's no threat.
I think in his prime he couldn't have caught them anyway.
He was never a very good hunter, but he would have caught some on occasion. Nowadays, he just genuinely is too slow and not bothered
yeah.
enough.
Well, I guess we're going around again.
Whoa. He also seems to be king of all the neighbourhood cats for some reason I can't quite explain. Presumably because he's the
Probably
oldest.
because in his youth he managed to...
Maybe, yeah.
Slay them
Well,
off.
when he was younger, he would beat them up, but nowadays they'll just run away from him. So he just sits there, sort of looking docile, and then the neighbourhood cats are like, "Oh shit, it's James, run!"
Yes, that face right there in the bottom left is the face of a killer. Oh my god, what am I doing? No. Okay, well, I got a boosty. Well, okay. I'm gonna get overtaken, but I'm not very good at this track, so. Ow. Ow. That's right, hold that mini turbo. Keep that mini turbo. Oh no, he went that way. He's got a lot of time. Well, that sucked.
Well, don't worry about it, Ginny, especially if you're not a Denzine of Countdown very often.
Yep.
It's a difficult mode, and if you
It
are,
is a
well,
hard
there's no
game mode,
excuse.
yeah.
You need to get better at it, you know. Come on.
Indeed. My advice would be don't get CTGP because your main console's just going to get banned and you can't play it in Dolphin, so you'd be wasting your time somewhat.
If you've received an unlimited ban on WingFi, the modders don't take that as a joke.
Nah, even if you can unban, we do tend to keep trying until eventually you
Get the hit.
Yeah. We've gotten rid of so many hackers that way.
Yeah. So if you've got a permanent ban on
That
WingFi,
1 week wait is a godsend
it's
for stopping people like you.
honestly not worth trying to circumvent it because you will
Yeah.
get banned again. Go and look for some other service to
Right,
enjoy.
because it's not going to be this one. You will not be playing with me.
Greetings, AO01. Greetings, Carly __. Yes, absolutely no trouble. We believe it is all fixed. I'm more than confident. I am certain
My
Mr.
confidence is
Bean
gaining.
is still a whimsical little
Whimsical little... My... What do you take me for?
and fears the worst, and so thinks that it's going to find a bug after 40 hours of testing, but I am totally
Won't be
confident.
the
at
first
this
time.
point.
Let's move on.
We fixed some other bugs as well. We had a rumble bug, so the rumble could get stuck. That was fun. So
That seems to be fixed.
that one is fixed.
I like how cache lines is not an obscure bug.
It's not obscure, like that. I should have realised that, really, if I was thinking it through.
Let's go.
And we also fixed the fact that if you had screensaver mode enabled, then it would dim the screen because it didn't think you were making any inputs.
Yeah.
Because the Wii is specifically looking for inputs on the GameCube controllers or the Wii remotes, but
Yeah.
it's
These
looking for
do not
its
count as
GameCube
GameCube
controllers,
controllers,
not
yeah.
our GameCube controllers.
Yeah.
Do you honestly think many people will use the USB GCN controllers? Yes! The amount of people that have requested it, I think there is a significant minority. Time will tell, of course, but I think there is a significant minority that will use it. I'm not saying it's going to be everyone, but
Oh, of course not. You'll use them though.
I will, yes.
You
personally.
want them. When we play them with
Greetings,
you.
Solar Light TF2.
Yeah.
What is the process for a track to be added to CHP? So nowadays we have a little council of individuals selected from all sorts of walks of life, chosen by the powers of the Mario Kart gods to be the CHP track choosers, and so they
pick them while we
review all the new tracks that are coming out. So people will obviously... So the centre of custom track making really is the Mario Kart Custom Track Wiki. So if you go to that, if you Google that, you will find a little wiki which has an article for every single custom track, plus articles about how to make custom tracks, and also technical information about the game itself, and articles for the various distributions. So people make tracks and put them on there generally. And then our little council will go and find the new tracks, look at them, decide which ones are worth adding, and then decide the always unenviable task of which tracks they should replace.
Yes.
And then they'll test them to make sure they all seem to work okay.
Then they'll ask me and I'll say no.
Then they'll make some staff ghosts for them as well.
Yeah.
Then they'll give them to Bean, and Bean will reject them because Bean's a meme.
Bugger me.
And eventually,
That really just happened, didn't it?
eventually we
Reaching some kind of update.
some consensus is reached and the tracks are added.
Right.
So that's roughly the process.
That is fine, I do not want your money. It would be filthy. Like you.
Harsh.
Unnecessary, one might say.
And speaking of people being filthy, I think that's pot calling the kettle black.
Oh, shut up.
Tell me, who do I have
Yes,
to bribe to get Mushroom Valley out? I mean,
It's
bribing
gone.
Bean would be a good
Mushroom Valley is
start.
gone. Thank you for 20
2
bits coffee.
sextillion 109 quintillion 740 quadrillion 974 trillion 21 billion 734 million 343,122.
Oh, if I had that in pennies, I'd be doing pretty well.
Yeah, sadly that wasn't a cheer, that was just a number.
No, indeed, that was just a number.
Nice try, Sword. Nice try.
Yeah.
Do you know his speed?
If someone does want to donate £1,000 to try to remove something, I might take your request into consideration.
Bean is easily bribed.
Yes.
That is a fact. So if you want something changed about
Commissions
CTGP,
are also possible.
bribes are a thing. We are not a uncorrupt environment.
No, we are not. This is supposed to be my business. I've got to do something.
Yeah, well that's on you, buddy.
Working on it. Ain't no way I'm going to be able to get the first 2 boxes.
Yes, I'm sure he would remove peaks for a K.
Would I actually, though?
Yes, he would. Let's be honest.
I might try to find loopholes. And then I think I'll be being particularly bad if I'm doing that. Why am I... Wait! Hang on. Brain in gear. Why the hell was I trying to bag GC and Wario Coliseum? That is not smart. Move, you fool. Move. Ah.
Oh good, we've got a bidding war. People would pay to put it back.
That's fine. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll take this. It is also true that if everybody who had downloaded CTGP and got it running, that we know of, that these internet-enabled users had paid me like £5, I would have enough to have them to buy a house.
Yes, if they all paid £5, you would buy a house with that money. Yes, you would.
If I paid £1, if they paid £1, I'd be with Marion at the very least, you know.
Well, how many
But
users
otherwise,
have we got?
I'd have a mortgage.
Is it like 50,000 or something?
What?
Is it like 50,000 on
Yeah.
1.03? So it's got still like 50,000 installs of 1.03 that we know of.
Yeah, those are internet-enabled users. Also, it's raining. I need to, like... Is that thunder?
Is it?
I thought I saw a lightning flash. You want to check the weather?
Can do.
Because obviously we can't keep doing
We're
this.
just going to
if we're
check the
gonna have a
weather
lightning storm.
forecast, people. Bear with us.
Actually, we can keep doing this. I think enough of things are connected to battery backup at this point that we could probably just switch everything off and we would keep going. The TV wouldn't, though. I'd have to play off the... Now we are raining and the server is below the curtains.
So will the USB GCM plug and play as long as CTGP is active? Yes, on the channel. On the
when you get to the game itself, whatever you state the channel was in, the game will have to keep, if you see what I mean. So you can't remove the USB GCN after boot and expect the ports to work.
We are listed as having a large storm passing over, but there's no lightning in it currently.
Okay.
But, you know.
Oh, that wind is so nice. Keep that coming. Just don't blow the rain onto the server.
Yeah, that'll be sad.
Yeah. I don't want to hear and then all of a sudden everyone reports a loss of service on CTGP, you know. That would be unfortunate.
That would be very unfortunate.
Most of the time the windows are closed, so it's not a problem. Oh, God.
Yeah, Bean's not famous for opening windows.
No.
On the contrary.
But I want them open, unfortunately.
Well, why don't we just close the one nearest the server, so it won't rain on the server?
Alright. There's also this one here. It's a tad unfortunate. And then I'll move this curtain over slightly. But my god, this is the first time it's rained in like 3 weeks or something.
Yes. I think the garden will appreciate it.
I think I'm going to appreciate it, and I don't even care for rain.
You don't care for sun either, you just don't care for the weather. Actually, I better shut the window in my room because it's wide open at the moment, so I'm just going to BRB and do that. BRB LOLIDK WTF.
Okay, I'm going to restart the video preview while I'm here. No, there was no rain here. And go. And go. And we go. Yes, we've got 3 people, 3 spots for interested parties. Dang, having those windows closed is unfortunate. I'd officially like it to hurry up and stop raining. So I can open the windows again. That would be nice. Thank you, 20 bits, Scruffy.
Is it raining stars, bananas, shells, blue shells, thunderclouds, dogs, bullets, or cats?
Bullets? Bullets? Is that what she said? I was going to try to think of an answer to that, and then she totally confused me by saying bullets. Anyway, I think it's raining rain.
I return.
Welcome back. It's getting warmer in here with some of those windows closed, unfortunately. Still jolly hot outside, it seems. Or in here, at least. Yes. Yeah, the Nation lady did an interesting job of reading the word bullets. She said bullets.
Shit, what?
Bullets.
Bullets.
Yes. I just missed the T.
Maybe she's trying to be French.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Le boulet.
Insert rain here. Maybe we should open the door to the main household so we can have a air loop again.
If you wish. I will go and walk all.
Okie dokie. Oh, sugar balls. I mean, Junos.
Yeah, the UK is not common enough for houses to have AC. It's not hot enough.
Or will we have AC when most of the year we don't need it? Yeah, so I don't know if you didn't hear me earlier, but with regards to your capture card, I have not received it in the mail yet. I don't know if you've not sent it or what, but it is not here. Hence I'm still using this one for the time being. Yeah, it's not here. But I will let you know when it gets here. Okie dokie. Thank you.
Okie dokie.
These Geodudes are suckish. They're like crabs. That's because they are crabs, just in disguise. Gyarados is a wiggler, therefore it sings every time it stops. Not the least intimidating noise I've ever heard a Gyarados make. And these guys sound like cannons because of my corrupted Bursar. You will regret this. Alright, interesting.
What is this USB GCN of which you speak? Inquires CSV Taz. Well, it is a adapter that Nintendo made that allows you to plug a GameCube controller into the adapter and then into a USB port. Now, this was intended to allow you to use GameCube controllers on the Wii U. Also supported on the Switch sometimes. However, it doesn't work out of the box for VWii games, such as playing Mario Kart Wii
or
or
anything
CTGP.
other than Smash 4,
In fact, it doesn't work for anything other than Smash 4, indeed. We have added support for CTGP now. So CTGP will now allow you to plug in a this adapter and use that on a Wii U.
This feature is not out yet, it's coming soon. We're just doing the final few bug tests and whatnot. Ah yes, the airflow started again, that's good. Very good. There's something about humid rain like this. It's got an interesting smell about it.
They didn't even bother adding compatibility Mario Kart. No, they
did not.
They supported a total of one
game.
Which is pretty damn terrible.
Thank you, MKW.
Finally, someone notices and appreciates us around here.
However, I feel like Chatters is better.
Well, it just said you. It could be I was assuming it meant the plural you as opposed to any particular person.
Oh yeah, I could be talking to you. I might be taking credit for something that was entirely aimed at you, my friend.
_snowboard32 who gives 1 bit.
Thank you. And hi. Welcome to here. That's not bad lowercase, yeah.
Well, it's the kind of thing I think people bought the adapter thinking it would work on more things.
Well, actually, I believe it was stated long in advance that it wasn't going to, so... Like, the initial announcement was that it was, and then it wasn't, and that was that. The status never changed again, so... Well, that worked. Now, apparently the Mayflash clone of this, which is a different version of this adapter, does work, so if that one's cheaper, you could get that one.
Of course, it won't have the Nintendo seal of quality.
No, and nobody cares.
Nobody cares! Nobody cares!
It's a signal processing unit, there's a limit to how bad it can possibly be. You know.
So the capture card.
I know, but that's actually a fairly complicated one.
So the signal processing unit.
With that speed, I should surely be able to hit, yeah. I don't know why you would use a mouse to play Mario Kart, that sounds entirely awkward. Not at all practical. Oh, top 2 dodge. That was not a well-timed shock.
Unfortunate.
Yes. Well, he's going to probably dodge that red. 75% chance of pulling something that can dodge it, and even if not, there's mountain walls all over the place.
But the question is, how does your score of 5 compare to his score?
No, I wish I could trap the cars. That'd be nice.
Yes.
So I'll trap the bridge, because hardly anyone can control themselves on this thing. It's ridiculous, in fact. See? Oh, we're going 100 cc, I didn't even realise. Let's go for distance. Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm alright. Yes. We did get rid of the debugging stuff. Although
That's how confident we
we
are.
could turn on the bars if we wanted to. They were not relevant at all. They were just kind of there for the fun of it.
We're so proud of it, we put our names on it.
Alright, well, here's hoping that 6 seconds is enough. It is if the Luigi stops on the bridge. Good.
Ye be good.
Do I know any funkies? Yes, all is very funky. He's even cosplayed as Funky. So I think that was a good Funky.
He's a funky dude.
Yeah.
You get 62 for first.
Yes.
Man. Grind is real.
You feeling sorry for me?
I am.
That's just the VR spread to the room. We probably don't have the 7500 min.
Interesting, Mr. Bond.
No, we do. We've got 3 spots, by the way. You are all welcome to join.
Yes, if anyone's wanting to join, there's plenty of opportunities. Big money, big prizes. We love it.
What? Big money and prizes. Thank you for 20-bit Scruffy.
My biggest donation.
Were you in to fill that in? It's got colon and then there's nothing. Your biggest donation was Carly. According to my chat.
I mean, that's quite a large donation, a whole
Yes.
chapter.
That's not bad. Tell your friends. Actually, my brother's more of a donkey than a funky. And I'm a plumber.
My biggest donation.
21 bits Ishmon.
It's my biggest donation colon off.
And that's lowercase, it was donated by Ishmon. Ah, fudge. Fudge nuggets. By the way, Ishmon, we've got room if you're interested. 3
And
spots.
also, greetings, Ishmon!
Yo. Yeah. Pest! Get off my box! Ha 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 ha! This is what you get.
9 points from the scrum! Is there
Overkill.
no stopping this maniac? He's like a machine for eating item boxes and shitting death on his fellow racers.
I do love a good bit of shitting death. Yes, it's a good song. That's why I picked it.
Mr. Bean only picks the best music.
Not true. Sometimes, before the verse-on manipulation was known, I just picked whatever would fit in the space available, which is not always appropriate and not always good. And some of the songs still remain. I would like to watch ads for bits personally, but that's not a feature either. Whoa.
Yeah, well that's because UK Twitch has got like 2 ads.
That's true. They like to repeat the same thing over and
Dire.
over. Oh, hello, James.
Ah, speaking of James Cat.
You going out? Are you going to kill my phone in the process? No, it doesn't like it. I'm watching the cat rather than...
Yeah, you should watch the race. I'll watch the cat.
You probably don't want to go out right now, James.
It is raining. You may not be aware.
You may not also be aware that there's another window that's ambitiously put in front of him. Or
No,
you
you
might
can-
be aware that there's a snow globe in
You
the
can
way.
see the window. You just can't work out how to navigate past the snow globe. Well, there we
He's
go.
got it,
There
he's
we
got it,
go.
he's got it.
He managed
Clever
it. He
cat.
managed it. He's a clever lad.
Thank you for 5 bits thunder. Hello.
Did you actually go out?
No, he's just sitting.
I was going to say.
Oh, no.
Is that that bird? It's like a tiny bird making like this machine gun sound.
Take cover. Got him. Thank you for, how many is that? 150?
Not my biggest donation.
160 Frankazoo
Ah!
bits.
Just fell over a fib. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Like
It's
that.
so startling. I fell for an obvious trap. Muchly appreciated.
It's all happening.
Apparently. Yeah. The bird is scared of the cat or something. I'm
I would
bugger
imagine
me.
so, yes. It sounds like an alarm call.
Yeah. James does not quite seem to quite know what to think of the noise. He's just kind of looking.
As I say,
He's too docile. He won't hurt him.
it won't hurt the bird. I think the bird is too young to realise this.
Yeah.
So the bird is sounding its alarm.
Don't know if that's picking it up, but. James, are you alright?
Oh
sorry.
no, poor cat, you've startled him.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't have much.
Just checking the weather. Yeah, Cogdom is a very powerful resource.
It is.
It's very good. Oh, feel that fresh air. We haven't had this in so long. So long since the last time. Anyway, we still have 2 spots, by the way. Interested parties, feel free to fill them in. They are slots 6 and 11.
Yeah, there's a bird in the background if you can hear that. So our cat James, the one you can see in the bottom left, has just leapt into the window, and there's a
Startled
baby
the
bird
Oh?
just outside. Oh no, he's flown away, I think.
No, I think it's the one that's announcing on that post. It landed on the washing line and now it's moved to a post.
Yeah,
And it's still announcing.
it is, yes. And I think it thinks that the cat
Oh
is
my
a
gosh,
threat.
that is 25 total.
Fun WTI8 fractions with your host Chad RZ. Tier 2 is equivalent to, and so is.
Unfortunately, too much text removes
Unfortunately,
numbers
she
for some
doesn't
reason.
say the numbers.
She used to. And actually, even Streamlabs' test doesn't work properly with her anymore. Because it's like, this is a destination for pounds, is what she says. Rather than the amount. Like she once did.
But
yes.
no, yes, so the picture...
Shadows, fun with fractions in honour of the bits. Go.
Hey, welcome to Fun with Fractions. I'm your host, Chadders, and today we're going to be simplifying fractions. What is the fraction they actually did? They did what? 3? That's not accurate. Oh no, 2 over 6. Okay. Today we're going to be simplifying the fraction 2 over 6, and we find out it's equivalent to 1 over 3. That's been Fun with Fractions. That's all we've got time for.
There you go, a very special edition of Fun with Fractions. This is the point where...
Farewell, lowercase letters.
See ya. Have a good one. I need to build up my power to get the axe starting. It's happening.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Dang.
Rocket
to
Man.
I was pretty interested in seeing how far I would go, but the shop was just like, yeah, no, get down. What do you think you are?
Well, that was fun.
Rather. Well, points are building up. Ah!
Why doesn't the bird just leave? I don't understand.
I don't know. Maybe it feels like it's doing its civic duty by telling the other birds to get
Yeah,
away.
it's just standing looking at the cat and shouting. I don't know why it doesn't just leave.
That messed up all of the timing. I couldn't get anything.
And it made your fall take even longer.
I know, right?
Most unfortunate.
You're telling me.
Must be a side effect of the Josie and the base game would never do that.
No, I definitely fucked that one up.
Clearly the Josie ad is making him play worse, which is why we're testing it.
Damn me!
MKW is wondering why your name is MrBean35000VR.
Because when I started doing hacking initially, I found a random me on my console that I happened to have, and it was a Mr. Bean me. I thought, how convenient. And I was like, in case people see me online, I want them to know it was me. So I will use my VR, which is the only other piece of well, number you can transfer by a Nintendo Wi-Fi connection that everyone can see aside from your name. So, there you go.
And that was that story.
I'll take second, nobody finished. Dang. Looks like people came first there.
Wow, it's that boy from the Crash 2 speedrun commentary. Yes, there's
That's
only
us.
been one Crash 2 speedrun with commentary, and it was ours.
No, I think there have been others, however, yes. I think that one.
There is one.
Speedrun, yeah.
There are in fact 2.
Yeah, there were 2
if you're being
commentated by us,
astute.
actually,
There are
yeah.
2 that you could possibly be referring to.
But yes, it was us 2. Both of us. We're both here.
Hello! It is the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Commentating Crash until we die. Just the 2 of us. Bean and I.
These two are trying to. Bubblemaster is just trying to steal bits from me.
I know, it's evil.
I have played Insane Trilogy. I've played it twice. I own it on PS4 and I own it on Switch. So if I went on the day it came, if actually I had it the day before it came out on PS4, which is why I couldn't stream my blind reactions to the game or whatever, because it was like that would break Twitch's terms of service. I was like, I'm not waiting. I'm gonna go play this game. And so I was streaming time travels the day afterwards. But yeah.
Diego bows out of the races. Well, thanks for playing, Diego. There are 2
Yes.
spots if anyone is wanting to join the race.
Indeed.
Now is your moment. Now is your time. The bird is
Scruffy.
calling to you.
I order from a shop, an online shop, that usually has things arrive early. They ship things like 2 days before launch in order to account for the middle case of first class post, which is 2 days. But first class post is usually very good. Only once has it failed to get me stuff in 1 day instead, and so it all arrives 1 day early. That's how. And there's not an awful lot that anyone can do about that. So that's why it's like that. Other institutions like Amazon and any reputable game store probably won't do this, but yeah. In case you're wondering who they are, if you're in the UK, they are called shop2.net. they're actually very cheap as well. So not only will you get games slightly early, as long as the postage service in your area is good, but you also get them for cheaper. I'm not sponsored by them to say any of this. But Shop 2 have been good to me. Oh, that was good. Speaking of things that have been good to me, that red shot was good to me. And now I hope that this Fid will also be. Online is murdering retail, though, that is true.
Greetings, Lord Alexio, who says, "Hi Beam, I'm Lord Alex, and right now I'm joining you. Good luck."
I see. That would explain why you announced your name. Well, good luck and have fun when you're in the room. Once again, we're playing this track and I don't know why, but this time it's going pretty well. I've actually managed to get a front run going.
Now presenting Lord Alex of the Toad Kingdom.
The Toad Kingdom, huh? Yes, the classic retail just in general is a dying art at the moment. Because everything is much more convenient ordered online. But of course, it kind of leaves people without the internet in a bit of a pickle. If all the shops close.
Adapt or die, fools.
Yeah. Yes, I love my 3 bananas in a row trap that I placed. This is very good. Oh my.
Well, the decline of the high street started before the rise of online, with the rise of out-of-town department stores and so on.
Yeah, that's true.
With the convenience of transport and so on, the high street no longer required to have every unique service that could be wanted. They'll just put one store in the middle of nowhere in the next to the motorway or whatever, and people go out to that for their goods. So that started the decline.
This is as far as I go. I would have needed a few more points to beat him. $28 per second. Hurrah! It's so good. We have filled up all the slots, I believe.
Hey, Mr. Bean, do you want to join our track test to show off pretty lines?
Pretty lines? Question mark. Oh right, the performance monitoring tool. No, I'll probably just try to include that as soon as I can for people to use. Well, Bean Jr., Jealous has made a brainslug version of it.
Yes!
But it doesn't work well on all games thanks to iOS shenanigans, right?
Correct.
So far.
So far.
If you could boot the game onto a different iOS, it might work.
Yes!
There's still distress from birds outside.
I know, and the cat still hasn't gone outside. I'm not sure if he's perturbed by the distress or whether he's just enjoying looking out the window and smelling the fresh air.
He's probably enjoying looking out the window, smelling the fresh air, and thinking, "Gosh, I hope it stops raining soon." You know, which I think it has. That fresh breeze, give it me. It's been a while since it felt cold. I'll take it.
You're right, James.
Easy. Hi. What are you looking for now?
You're looking kind of distressed.
Yo, what's up? Nah, everything's fine. He took one look at me and decided everything was okay. I have that effect on people, you see.
Yes.
Especially cats. Oh, that was a cat's point. Oh well, never mind. If it wasn't, my next point would have been, so no matter. Yeah, well, I don't think I'd call you Jamesy.
And I certainly make a point of not doing.
I don't intend to apply pet names to people. Well, I sure showed that box who's boss.
Oh, look who's back. The little bird is back to yell at James.
The bird who couldn't. I'm not blooming away. Oh, that was rubbish. Take this. cat is investigating the other window, which is currently closed.
Will the cat realise this? I think he's
He's
retreating.
coming back. Hi.
Hello.
Oh. That was so surprising I fell over an oil slick.
Goodbye, James.
With a few cheer-ups, off he goes.
Question is, will the bird realise this?
Probably after a bit. That's one way to score. Twice. I approve.
Yeah, the 7-day waiting period is one of those things. When you first hear it, you're like, oh my god, that's the stupidest thing ever. And then you wait
realise
7
just
days
how
and then you're just
useful
like,
it
okay,
is,
well,
yeah.
never mind.
And it is useful, because people can unburn themselves in a heartbeat. It really doesn't take any effort whatsoever. With this, it ensures they have to wait a week every time. And believe you me, that has a profound effect on the amount of hackers that you will encounter in Worldwide VS. Kind of unfortunate about CTGP, which doesn't have any anyway.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have the TTing means you can actually get a flavour of playing against the
Human, yeah.
human, admittedly, obviously not with items, but certainly against what's out there in the world.
Yeah.
Because our staff ghosts aren't shy; they'll show you what it's like
God.
to be a
Got
player.
that effect ricochet. You could kill me with that if you wanted.
Our staff ghosts will happily show you the meaning of life, the universe, and everything.
I think that might be a problem. MKW, if you hadn't gotten yourself banned, you wouldn't need to wait. Well, bugger me.
I would rather not.
I lose because of that. Well, never mind. Can't have everything in life. There we go. Oh, we must be 7,500 plus because we've got something like 4.4k and we're still playing 150cc. It wouldn't be possible.
Good observation.
People are constantly using underspeed dolphins and getting banned for it. My name is Robert Chadwick. Yes, it is. Do you know my middle name?
Oh, I do. Pick me, sir.
No. This is a test. This is the ultimate showdown.
Of ultimate destiny.
You think you'll find me by googling it? No, there's plenty of Robert Chadwicks in the world. Tons of them, in fact. Anyway. Daisy. Ah, of course. Yeah, that would explain it. And you can probably get Chadwick's name from the CGP tutorials too.
They already posted it.
Yep. Yes, that's totally my middle name. No, my middle name is to my brother Bean. For me, it depends on what kind of hacking, honestly. Certainly, I've got no reason to play with the item system, particularly outside of item rain, of course. But hacking for the purpose of obtaining superpowers, shall we say? I do not see the need to do. Okay, cheating I do not see the need to do. Constructive modding, certainly, like custom tracks.
I mean,
Code modifications that
none of it matches the definition of the word hacking. It's all a bit of a farce, but to be specific, cheating is pointless.
Yep.
And hollow.
Pointless and hollow, confirmed. Everything I did for the first few years was meaningless.
That said, what you were doing was not cheating to win, so
That is true.
it had a bit more meaning to it.
Yep. Oh, so that's so the noise was the cat, was it? No, has the cat broken something?
No, I think he was looking at the plate.
Startled himself.
And I think
He's just been told off by a bird for about 20 minutes. Like, he was sitting on the windowsill in here, and this little bird would not shut up. It was just staring at him and shouting.
Yeah.
white right.
Stop, please. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, was some severe lag.
That's a very clean place.
Give me that point. Not even fast enough to knock the traffic cones out of the way. That's embarrassing. Right. Get out of here. Ha. I sure showed that traffic cone. Ignorance is bliss and remains strong. Even the most recent counter still gets caught by ignorance is bliss. It just takes a while. Which means it's not actually a counter. That detection is just weak anyway. It has to be. There's so much more I want to do with ignorance is bliss. There's so many things that I've got that I've thought of that would be cool to add to it. But I also want to develop CTGP. I don't want to be messing around with cheater prevention. That's not my idea of amazing, incredible fun, you know.
A jolly good jolly.
Oh. Alright. Because of that I get fourth. Thanks, Fun Luigi. I'll make sure to return the favour later.
Bean will find you, and Bean will kill you.
Mm-hmm. No, it's possible to feel nostalgia for anything, really. If you do something you've not done in a while, it's highly likely you'll feel nostalgia. Might be the same if I did, you know. But equally, I don't care to test the theory. There is no point. Alright, well that was the Daisy Circuit race. Where to next? We still got spots.
Expanding the track count in Mario Kart Wii, how hard was it? Incredibly, because at the time we knew nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, even now it's a complicated mod, but at the time we genuinely just didn't understand anything, and we were just kind of blindly fumbling in the dark, and yet we managed to accomplish it.
We did it.
But it took about 3 months. It was basically an entire summer holiday from school I spent on that one.
Yeah. I think the base slots were not that hard. It was the menu system that took a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had the slots long before we had the menu. That's why we used to play.
Yeah, but the slots used to be,
yeah.
you know, they didn't have any special properties, did they? It was like the raw.
I don't know, actually.
I thought it was 4.2, it was 4.4, sorry, it was genuinely like using slot ID whatever for...
It wouldn't have music in it, though.
Ah, true, maybe we did fix that by then.
Yeah. I think that part always was there, it's just that we didn't have a menu to go with it, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
We had everything but the menu. How many times am I going to get hit? Once. Need to be a bit faster than this. Damn it. Oh no, I actually did manage to clip the box anyway. Oh boy, this is slightly something, isn't it? Alright. Oh, that's beautiful! I don't know, there's too much I could do about that. To be honest. Oh, damn. One day you'll grow up, though. And when you do, you might look back and think, God, I was an idiot back then. That's how MKW are.
It happens to most people eventually.
Yeah, it does. And if you never do that, then
I always
would suggest seeing a doctor.
I always found it irritating when growing up how people always talk about getting older and you'll understand when you're older and that, but it's actually legitimately true. Like, and that's the sad part. It's just legitimately true. When you get older, you get wiser and maturer. Like, it just happens. Like,
and you make a lot of questions about what
you look back on yourself when you were younger and you go, blimey, I was a
hey, pan my chance to 10 bits. I cannot move.
Yes, greetings, Banra MK.
Alright, this is my comeback right here. I know what I'm doing. First of all, I'm going to dodge that guy, because I like him. And then I'm going to get a single shroom green, and this is my comeback right here. Oh shit, this is pathetic. Alright. Oh, now I get the golden. Yeah, well, I'll take. Kind of. I think you didn't make it. I've seen it before. You just stole it from someone else, so I'm not particularly impressed. I also thought it was inappropriate because actually, I went through the entire list and I was like, yeah, no, I didn't do any of those. Meme generator on Android. Ugh, I despair. Meme generator on Android. It makes me cringe.
Luigi Brian.
It just makes me cringe how bad that is. Right? All I have to do is a little kid going me on the phone and going look what I made, I'm so clever. I'm hilarious. Oh no.
But what you have to
Yes,
what you have to remember with the internet is, and I think it's easy to forget, is that people are legitimately 12 on the internet.
12 with smartphones, that's not a good thing, you know.
And when you're dealing with people that are young, they don't always respond to reason in the same way that people who are not young do. And so it can sometimes be a jarring and confusing experience when you meet people on the internet who are genuinely young and who are acting genuinely young. And you're like, why are you acting all young, like a young person? And you're like, oh, because you're actually immature and
Why do I
12.
deal with these people?
You would actually laugh if someone farted in a classroom. Oh, I see.
I never did that, that was always gross. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, let's do this.
And it's just easy to forget that some people are just genuinely young and immature. Like, that's okay as well. They have every right to be that age and to be as immature
Well, I
as
feel
they
like
like.
I'm pretty immature for my age, but I'm not the one dicking around on my phone, giving people laser vision.
What's with the cats? Ah, well that was, we happened to flash up an image of our cat the other day when we were showing off some pictures of something else, and everybody asked if they could have the cat picture in the bottom left. So we put two little cat pictures in the bottom left. They are both pictures of our cat, James.
Apparently, yes. Apparently, yes, I do know how to hit him. Alright, we're almost there. Oh crap.
A terrifying standoff.
He got what he wanted, it just wasn't from me. Moving on.
Your cats are cute. Actually, there's only one.
Yeah, that's one
It's the
cat. I
same
hit the
cat
phone
twice.
key.
The photos are separated by about 30 seconds in time. During the course of those 30 seconds, he got up from where he was sitting and moved towards me and sat in front of the camera.
It was good.
Which is why in the first photo he's sitting down, in the second photo he's clearly moved a lot closer.
I don't know where first is. Probably that Rosalina over there. The only problem with this funky is that it's going to be moving an awful lot faster than me. I need to get a double defense.
But yes, he is.
That's not double defense. That's one defense, and now it's 0. Mushroom? No. I should be so lucky. I would chain the guy in first. I really would, as douchey as that is. However, again, that Funky Kong is chasing me around from one lap behind. I'm right to not drop my guard for a moment. He's coming.
Yeah, everybody reacts differently, Epic Martin, to things. So Epic Martin says that when he was 13 he hacked once and it felt really, really, really bad.
Aww.
Yeah, like everybody has different... That was me whenever I broke the rules when I was young. I was like the super like, oh my god, what have I done?
I was to a certain extent. At some point that left me, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think that Funky really gained much from his attempts because I'm going to lap him again. Easy game, easy life. Pro tip to the funky, that wasn't smart.
I did watch the classic Doctor Who being Junior at the very start. I watched season like 2 through about 6 on Twitch. Which were just so old, they were just charming and lovely.
Hilariously bad.
Hilariously bad. You know, like they were in the day, like the early days of TV. So it's
I
like,
honestly don't think Doctor Who's ever had the most brilliant of plots, to be honest.
I don't know, it's a mixed bag.
Oh, okay. The season with Eccleston I did like.
Yeah.
But,
No, well, it's a mixed bag. I mean, it depends on, you know, how they write and
Yeah.
what they write and blah, blah, blah. And... Greetings! Jackson was taken.
Yo. Welcome. We have one spot. Still somehow have the average 7,500 plus, and I don't see it. It's really hard to see.
You're a dog gamer in countdowns. Bean I always use. Yes, Bean is very good at countdown. He's not the best in countdown.
Oh no, I think
I'd
Fun
say
Luigi has got me beat.
Fun
yeah.
Luigi is probably better at countdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, countdown is a very difficult game mode. But the clue is that Bean made it, so it's probably why he's
that
reasonably
helps
good
me be
at
good
it.
at it. Yeah. What, the new female Doctor? Whatever. Who cares?
I've not watched it. I can't comment.
Yeah. If you're just riditing you literally because they've got a female lead, you're doing it wrong. Hi, says Spiral.
Greetings, Sir Spiral _. Oh.
Thanks for 20 bits,
I
Fluffy.
hated her until she killed Ashfur and vanished.
Who's that?
Okay. Thanks for sharing.
No, because this is the testing Wii. I'm just playing it.
Yeah, the testing Wii is also his playing Wii, so no. Because you can
Short
clearly
on
see
power
we
supplies,
are in a
yeah.
garden. No, you're not watching Sword of
Oh,
Seals.
God. I
This
just
is
realised
crap.
where we are. Oh! I'm gonna get knocked off. No, I'm not. I like it. Oh god, I'm out. Screw it.
Run away!
Ooh. Oh my god.
It's time to bounce randomly and hit hedges.
I'm going this way. As
Suboptimal.
suboptimal combo users go all the way out of there. That is faster. I always knew it was.
I always find this terrain confusing when I play it.
I'm coming for you, sword, with lines like those. And Mole never knew I hit him. God damn it. Nice. The face cam? I mean, they're not strictly speaking face cam, they're just a picture of a cat. The same cat twice. Oh. That one did, yeah.
It would be amusing if that was live, but alas.
Yeah. So, regrettably not. Hey, it's blocked.
We did used to have chicken cam. That would now be slightly redundant.
Impossible.
Because the chickens are all
The chickens
gone.
are all deceased. Not a one remains.
Yes, for anyone who was checking on our chickens, the last one is now gone. Rip the chickens. We
They all
have
died in
no
natural
further
causes.
chickens. All the
And no
ones you
plans
saw
to
on
get them.
stream are dead.
No plans to get them. Let's go this way. So, I mean, there's going to be a change on around here that I can steal items from, but no, it's all clear.
Do you have any non-CT related features planned for the near future? I mean
This one?
GameCube controller support. I mean, you know, that doesn't involve CTs at all. Like, this is a regular track that... No, the last one went, I'm afraid. Felicity died
Not that long ago, in fact.
a couple of weeks ago, I'm going to say.
Has it been weeks already?
Probably.
Oh, God damn, Shooter, you are such a slippery bastard.
Well, Dad's had time to fully disassemble the chicken run, which
That's
is...
true. But then again, he's very fast at that.
Yeah, but it's a marvel of a construction.
Oh, is that enough to squeeze me into second? I think it might be.
Yes, it is.
Not bad. I don't think there's any combination of lines of code that we can run that can make it re-explode. We'll break it though.
Excluding USB support, I mean the performance monitoring feature. I mean it's not strictly speaking a CT feature, but I don't know why.
I don't know why anyone would use it for the originals.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, thanks for 21
oh,
dollars,
yeah.
Hutch.
Thank you.
MrBean35000VR.
MrBean35000VR to you too. How are you? $100cc. Sold hype. I mean hype. You gotta sound excited.
Bean, you should teach me how to be good at countdowns. I'm tired of losing. Bean, would you like to give your advice on how to be good at countdowns?
Do I have to?
No.
I mean, okay, hang on. Thanks for 20 bits, Scruffy.
What would you think if someone walked through the door who looked exactly like you and said, "Hi, I'm the real you"? Quote question mark.
Quote question mark.
I'd say, why are you talking in such a weird manner? You're clearly a robot, go away.
I'm pretty sure people won't be fooled by your erotic voice.
Yes. My advice in Countdown, go where the players are because the points are there. That's one piece of advice. Don't spend too long at the scrum at the beginning. Try to stay with the pack.
My advice, distilled from your advice, would be try to be in fifth.
Yeah, fifth is a good position because there's a lot of there's a lot of items that just work.
If you want to know when to go, try to be in fifth because fifth, the items that you get when you're in fifth are very, very conducive to scoring in countdown. So if you can be in fifth, you're good. So like at the moment, this position of Beans is mildly awkward because he's by himself, which he's just corrected. However,
no problem.
That said, this is probably a track where you can trap easily. So on tracks where the shortcut potentially is fairly low, I mean I know this one does have a big shortcut, but the shortcut potentially is fairly low.
Where the red shells won't hit.
Where the red shells are unlikely to hit, and where there are nice blind turns to
I am
drop
so bad, dude.
bananas. That's the tracks you want to be driving forward on, and the tracks where there's lots of grass cuts and red shells are easy to hit and so on. That's the tracks where you probably want to be hanging back.
Yes.
That would be my advice.
Oh! Whoopsie. Hey, no. Okay, pro tip. If anyone's finding Aussie funny, you're definitely immature. Well, I managed to clear the blue shell. So that's, okay. Aussie is 2, yeah. Okay. Understood. I'll try not to expect too much from him. Yeah! I have my axe. Alright. Yeah, I'll take this. Out my way. Out my way. Literally no reason to hit that guy, I just plowed him. Oh. Okay.
Solid play.
Oh, you already got banned. Who did that?
It's not name and shame the moderator stream.
I'm not naming and shaming the moderator. I want to congratulate them on their wise decisions. Exceedingly well executed. Alright, I'm gonna win. I totally know how to do this.
Oh god, don't do it.
This.
Oh my god, he actually did it.
Well, I can't win, but I'll take second.
Oh my god. I didn't think you could actually do that. I don't think I've ever seen you successfully do that.
Watch and learn. Watch and learn.
Farewell, cool star dude.
See you later. Thanks for watching.
But yeah, I mean, Countdown is hard. Like,
Yeah.
that's another thing. Like, people think that Countdown is just like, yeah, I'll just blow some items around, it'll be really easy, and then do a race. No, Countdown is actually legitimately very hard. And for the people that have got good at
Okay, I'm going to
it,
restart preview.
they have a massive advantage because they've mastered all the subtleties.
Yeah. And there are a lot of subtleties.
But people think it's like, oh, it'll be easy. It's just lobbing items and
And it's
stuff. I've
legit
seen me do
not.
it all the time.
Whether or not you like the style of gameplay that can
Yeah, I mean,
it's
it's
up
a
to
very
you,
different style of
course.
gameplay. You know, that's
Yeah.
But it's not by any stretch of the imagination easy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think it is, revise your estimations. You will need to learn how to get good at it.
Yes, indeed. Now, Dave, Twitch TV. Today's stream is just general gameplay, but we're also testing a new feature coming to CGP, which is the addition of support for the USB GameCube controllers designed for Smash 4 to work with Mario Kart Wii. So I'm playing on those. I give it 20 bits, Scruffy.
Mr. Bean, I want to play CGTP, but I don't have a real Wii and Mario Kart we see there away. I can play on Dolphin.
No. Same answer I give everybody is no. Oh no, speaking of no.
No, Wii games cannot be played on aquatic mammals.
No, legit. That's Chavez's answer. He's more funny than me. Oh no. I actually just shared a box with slot 1. Oh no, okay. Abandon Scrum. This is not how I'm going to win this race. No, no! Okay, keep going, red shells. And there's another one. I don't know where it went. Okay, that's a good item to pull. Nothing dropped. A note. Not the golden. Not the golden. Not. I don't think I.
I was amused by the other day when I was on the custom track wiki and I saw, I think it was somebody. Well, presumably.
Oh no! Complete destruction. That I think is last. I don't think there were 12 players in this room. Yeah, there weren't. Last place, ladies and gents. That is not how you baby park.
Yeah, I saw a new article for a distribution that was Mr. Dark's CTGP Wii
Lap 3.
And they said Mr. Dark's CTGP Wii, or CTGP Wii for short, is a custom track distribution. I was like, really? Really? You're calling it CTGP Wii for short? Really?
Yeah. That's
really?
That's pretty. That's pretty.
Of all the combination of letters that you could have picked, like...
Of course, he's trying to confuse people into
Of course he is, but I was just like, really?
I got a lot of goldens. And even though I departed at the right time and played as best as I could from there was no coming back from that. It was just not going to happen. And so I died, as everyone is helpfully indicating in chat. As the game helpfully indicated. CGP Wii for short.
What data structure does the greeting bot use to keep track of who has been greeted already? The human memory is kind of like this strange kind of associative web data structure. Like it's hard to kind of quantify how it works. But yeah, it's a web of sympathetic neurons that respond to concept. So I don't think it classifies very nicely into a given algorithm, but we'll suffice to say the human short-term memory algorithm.
I agree that CGP Universe should never be released with a name like that, given how bad it is. However, I don't take too much issue with people using CGP outside of Mario Kart Wii.
Yeah, like...
It's kind of become the representative name for custom tracks on Mario Kart games, even though that's not what it is, and anyone who knows anything knows it's not what it is, you know. But they're also trying to get familiarity. They want people to download it.
Yeah, I can understand why people do it. It's kind of a bit like... part of the trouble comes that people always ask us about it. So the trouble comes is everybody's like, wow, I like what you did with Mario Kart 7 CTGP. It was like, we didn't do anything with Mario Kart 7 CTGP. Like, it wasn't us. So it does create confusion. But, like, yeah, I get why they're doing it. They want people to go, oh, I know what that'll be.
Get away. Yeah. I can't move. I'm getting gangbanged. Okay, out. Go, 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 go. That's it. That's the item. That's exactly what I wanted.
Oh yeah, CGBrewer. Hey Mr. Bean, greetings CGBrewer by the way. My Wii has this very common disk read error. Do you have any advice on how to still play? When you say a common
Myself
disk
file.
read error, is that occurring only online? Because there's one thing that shows up as a disk read error that's not actually...
It doesn't show up as a disk read
Does
error
it not?
at all. No, it shows up as an error has occurred.
Oh, an error has occurred, yeah.
Yeah. Cannot hit anyone. Die, Jacob. Damn it. Surely! Yes.
Doesn't even recognise the disk 7% of the time at the disk channel. Ah, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's kind of screwed disk, I would say. I would say try to put as many files from the game into the Meister folder as possible.
Yeah, if you're technically minded, you can... The CPGP only needs to be able to read like 3 or 4 files off the disk in order to work. So you can put all of the files from the ISO into the Meister folder directly, and that will cause them to load from the SD card instead. If you don't know what any of that means, go and get a new disk.
Yeah. Although try other games first, just to make sure it's not your Wii's disk reader that's going.
That is true, actually. It could be your Wii itself. Yes,
Yes.
that is a good point. You should
Common
validate.
problem in old
Yeah,
Wiis is
you
that
should
the
validate
disc
if it's the
start to-
Wii or the disc. Yes, that's true.
Start to give out somewhat.
And if it is the disc, check if there's any like smudges on it, whatever.
Yeah. Oh my god, how did I get away with that? That green shell just leapt over my head. I kid you not.
CPGP does not support USB storage.
Not yet, anyway. But it would be nice. We do want that. I want to keep hammering these shells backwards, but no, nothing. Where is this going to take me? Straight into this. Not quite what I wanted. Well. Alright. Still like GC and Waluigi, even though it just betrayed me.
You got
Kind of.
third.
Kind of.
The betrayal. You gained VR.
I know. How dare I gain VR for such a bad performance? Did I ban Rogamer for hitting Mrs. Bean? I don't think I did. Yet another person who unbans themselves and thinks that's going to do any good. Don't forget that, you know, the moderators are all humans and they all have common sense, so when you come with your unban goes and fill the server, the humans just go, lol, and off you go again.
Greetings, Frosty the Snowman 3227.
Yo! Okay, get on with barfing then, because you're in for a rough ride, because I can't turn it off. Also, there's 2 of us here, just so you know.
Just the 2 of us.
Fuck me and my mother. No, you don't want to fuck her.
You want to fuck Mr. Bean, though?
Oh, of course.
He's a
I'm,
prize.
I'm just sexy, mate. Of course you want to fuck me. Who wouldn't?
And this is why not everyone's perfectly together. Yeah, but how do you know? How can you just look at somebody and go, Frosty the Snowman?
Ow.
That sounds like a douchebag. Like, I don't have your talent to just be able to look at someone's username and judge their soul.
Man, don't forget, Saul has the best mini-map judging capabilities of anyone. You look at this map and go, well, blimey, this looks like a used condom, you know.
I mean, maybe he's just so proud
So
of
he
the
can just
2
do
Bean
things.
brothers that have been so produced so far, so he wants to F our mother in order to try to
Produce
produce
more.
further Bean brothers.
You've got it.
It's to preserve the future of Mario Kart Wii in case the 2 of us die or whatever.
He's actually a genius.
He's actually some sort of raving genius madman.
Because there's no way our mother wants more kids. So the only way... I don't think she'd like this argument, though.
No.
So I'm telling that to her.
But yes, if it is the same person twice, just as a fair warning, Twitch actually has a terms of service, and
We're quite happy to report you for violating
creating
it.
multiple accounts in order to circumvent a ban in a particular chat, you're breaching Twitch's terms of service.
Bean Jr. can tell you what it's like if you do that.
Twitch are also not particularly
He broke terms of service as well.
unhappy
Once.
about messing with people who break terms of service. So, just as a top tip, if that is the same person trying it twice,
Do not. You can get Twitch like Greenfly. Twitch has worse bans than just the one that.
that moderators do. Yes.
And yes, like I said, Bean Jr. can tell you all about it. Because back in the day, he botted my stream at one point, and I reported him for violating the terms of service, and his ban was interesting to say the least. Anyway, that's all water under the bridge at this point, but yeah. I am going to lose, and I'm going to lose quite horribly. I'm in the lead, and I do not have the points to back it up. So Spiral has become a captain. I understand. I accept this transition.
Interesting. It's a very skillful cat if they can type M-E-O-W on a
Yeah,
keyboard.
indeed. Whenever I put the cat on the keyboard, he just spams on a key, and then gets off. Okay, I really brace for the inevitable impact of everyone coming past. I don't have enough time, by any stretch of the imagination. That said... that said...
Oh!
Unbelievably...
Oh!
Unbelievably... That was second anyway. I'm pretty sure Wingfly has no religious affinity.
Wingfight is a secular server.
Wingfly is a server. By
Like most
definition.
servers, Wingfight is secular.
Cheddars has exactly no games for the Switch. I have Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey.
Chatters has exactly zero fun!
Yes, and I also have Crash the Insane Trilogy. I do not have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe because that game is bad! Cheddars just insists on being loud at the most opportune moments to give people the most deafening ear issues, especially if they're wearing headphones.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not actually.
I don't mean to cause people offence.
I don't think this is causing people offence, per se. I think you're just blowing up their eardrums.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, my dear brother. I would recommend taking it somewhat easy.
I just speak my mind. I don't really think it through.
I mean, we have to be some. I mean, I don't. To be honest, I do not tend to do most of the not acceptable meaning bans. I do obvious ones, like ones that contain swear words just outright. However, most things I do not do. I'm more usually on item cheats and glitches and shit like that. So, not acceptable meanings. I don't necessarily know what's going into the moderation of that. But we find moderation is actually hilariously disorganised, but it works so well. We were just like, yeah, you guys can ban people, good luck, have fun. He doesn't care. Most of the time he doesn't care. At all. I'm going this way. Again, I can get a slightly lower set of place items. Everyone's bagging. Why would you do that?
Why would you do this?
My red shells are going too far forwards. Oh, I managed to hit the boost button at least. I don't know, yeah. Well, nevertheless, our disorganised chaos is working fairly well. Oh, come on. Oh well, at least I got the green point. It's all very well and good saying that, you were looking at my Coca-Cola face. However, I do not have a face cam. You see, that in the bottom left is actually a cat. I know it's confusing, but...
features that will help you distinguish cats from human beings is a general increase in the amount of hair on the
on the
creature.
face. The pointy nature
Some
of the
humans
ears.
do have hair on their faces, but generally there's a patch of bare skin, particularly around the middle somewhere.
Yes, indeed.
But the creature you can see on
In the bottom
the
left.
screen does not have a such a skin gap. Other key features include the position of the ears. If you notice,
Yes.
it's a very sort of inhuman ear position.
Ah, hello, Scruffy. I landed on you. I think I got you as well. I'm such a douche. But points are important. Right, if I go nice and tight here and put that there, some more band fall over it. Bound to, I assert confidently. About there. Oh. Well, I'm surrounded by death. Can the opponent in red shell stop phasing through green shells and die? I really think that should be calculated local side. Thank you for 5 bits, Spiral. Actually, yeah, I really did kind of have a Jesus look about me back in the old days, but it wasn't a style choice. It was just more laziness. I couldn't be bothered to go and get a haircut. I still can't. However, I have a wife to please, so I get haircuts every now and again now. Yeah, I knew that was Aussie. Don't worry. Again, Aussie, pro tip: you are in violation of Twitch's terms of service. You could get a much worse ban than this if you keep doing this kind of thing. And I'm the kind of guy who is willing to go to what people would consider great lengths to mess with people who mess with me. I go much further than most people do. I am the person who does Wii5 bans for people who post a video but no friend code. I will go through the history, and I will find the room by bouncing around through random connections.
Can confirm he's actually an obsessive with Wii5 banning.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at my job.
He sometimes just literally sits on the Wii5 status page, list of people online, and just refreshes it and scrolls down the list.
I used to do that, but now I don't need to do that.
Looking for losers.
Because ever since the 1 week wait came in, I had no reason to do that anymore. But yeah, I used to. I sometimes was just sitting at the computer some days, just kicking people off. Actually, can confirm that I was not the one who banned you.
Also, I mean, with regards to lengths of bans and God, that's so unfair. There's no actual rules, right? There's no actual the rules are don't be a douchebag and we won't ban you. So if you are, there's no rule. I mean, Weem's original policy was any bannable offence is a lifetime ban. That was Weem's original policy. So you do anything bannable, he would ban you for life. There's no, we're used to the law and police where they have to actually be kind of fair. So if you rob somebody's house,
welcome to a custom server run by a community. Yeah.
However, on a custom server run by whoever, without people can do anything. If Weem wants to reject you for the rest of your life, he's perfectly allowed to do that, even if you didn't do anything wrong, because it's his server.
Yep.
You haven't paid him any money.
Terms and service says we can ban you for no reason.
He's a nice guy letting you play on his server, and if he decides
that you're not allowed to play,
not allowed to play, he can kick you out for as long as he wants. So you can say oh, it's so arbitrary. I got banned for 4 weeks for doing this. Yes, it is arbitrary. You're correct.
And that's
just be grateful it wasn't longer.
Yeah, legit. You can't complain about ban equality. One, and also I'll tell you right now, as the Weem5 moderators, the ban lengths are entirely at our discretion.
Yeah.
Weem does not care. He says give whatever ban you feel appropriate, and to different moderators that means different things. So it's kind of luck of the draw of who you got banned by. But all in all, you wouldn't have this problem if you weren't causing issues in the first place, you know?
Do you think Weem5 was better for CGP's community's growth, or was Nintendo Wi-Fi still equally as effective?
That's a hard thing.
I think we
definitely got a boost of downloads when
I think
Wi-Fi shut down.
Weem5 means that we get people who just want to play online and just look to CTGP as the easy way of doing it, and they get the custom tracks by accident. So I think we have that effect certainly.
Mm-hmm.
But
whether I should just hold this and take the cup. Cut saves about 6 seconds and I just got 2 points. But
Yes.
yeah, but think about it, right? You went online with the sole purpose of getting banned, otherwise you wouldn't have used a name like that. And actually, depending on intent, can change how a moderator does their ban. Like, it's a different...
Interestingly, if you are in the realm of doing crime, intent also features in the law.
Yes, so there you go. It also features on in Wing5 bans. You can learn a lot about someone from their name. You have a VPN for hacks, nobody cares. Like, literally nobody cares. It doesn't matter. VPNs are strictly speaking not allowed on Wing5, but if Wing hasn't banned that particular VPN that you're using, that's how it is, you know? However, you can and will still be banned.
And yes, Blade, the unfortunate side of it is, as we say, Wing can ban you at any point for any reason, for anything at his discretion. And unfortunately that doesn't
His ban of you is very weird and remains weird to this day.
Doesn't always agree with...
We plebeian moderators can't even see the ban he gave you.
It's special.
It's very special. Trying to fish for a shroom, and I got one, but unfortunately. Well, the max. That at the least is good. That power was very unfortunate and it's completely...
But maybe MKW, rather than reflecting on how you've been arbitrarily and unfairly treated by the moderators, you should reflect on the things you have done that warranted those moderators to do. Because moderators...
You may be raging at the wrong guy, but that's...
Moderators
you may still be raging at the wrong person.
If you look at the rest of the chat, apart from poor Blaze, nobody else is really raging at the moderators because
just you.
No one else has actually done anything wrong. So it's like, the moderators don't just like go out of their way to kill people just because like they don't like the look of their face. Like the moderators...
That is certainly not true.
Like, actually have lives and do other things, you know, they don't... Moderation isn't there like the mini-game they play. Like, it's a thing they do on the side for the benefit of the rest of the community. So like, rather than thinking about how unfairly the moderators have treated you, maybe you should think about how you're treating the moderators.
Yeah, because actually, banning people is annoying. Did you know that? One guy causing trouble is enough to ruin the fun for up to 11 people at once, you know, sometimes more depending on what the code is. How is that in any way fair? And why should it be allowed? Why are you raging when all of a sudden you find that because you were causing problems for people, that you're no longer allowed to play? You know,
like the moderators won't do anything to you if you don't do anything to anyone
your
else.
Your apology
like,
is literally meaningless to me because like I didn't care. I've never cared, to be honest. Your rage against me is just like, yeah, this is just another idiot with the wrong idea. I've got nothing to, like, I took nothing from it and never will, you know. But equally, you're wrong if you think that Weem is the person to hate. If anything, you should hate yourself.
That's what I'm getting at, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
You are actually the problem here.
The problem is not the moderators.
It's you.
There's a common denominator. And you can change that, don't worry.
I have never been to the Twitch front page.
You can improve yourself.
I'm not popular enough to reach the front page.
Legit.
Nor have I had the correct circumstances of hosting or whatever, you know, to be popular, to have the temporary viewership required that I presumably would need to hit the front page. I don't know if I would fit it so well. I'm playing Mario Kart Wii, which is by no means the most popular game ever invented on Twitch, you know. Why am I backing? Get lost. Good. At least I managed to get 1 point out of that.
I think Sword should get front page. I think he'd be good on the front page.
Yes, he would. He'd actually be.
He'd be a nice front page for Twitch.
Yeah.
TBH.
He is legit hilarious. Well, if I ever get popular enough, maybe one day I will be on the front page, but somehow I doubt it. I think what I do is too niche.
Ah, I tell a lie. You were on the front page during the course of ESA.
Oh yeah, that's right. Me and Sword were both on the front page at the same time, but not on my own stream.
Yeah, because ESA was front page, I believe, for the entire marathon.
That is cool. Our run was popular too, as I recall.
It was one of the more popular ones there, yes.
Which is great. considering we were both washed up at the time we did the run. The race was good though, I enjoyed that race. Wasn't too far apart either. The opening was just comic.
Well, I don't know, because I have been at front page streams, you know, that streams that I regularly attend that get front paged or whatever, and I don't actually think it affects the chat that much.
No.
Because I think the majority of people on the front page aren't in
the
chat.
chat, they're just watching to see what Twitch is, yeah.
So you get massively inflated viewers, and every now and again you get somebody coming in and being like, oh, I found you from the front page, I've just followed you, you know. That's what you don't tend to get, like, a bunch of arbitrary people just spamming nothing, as you'd expect, you know. Because I think the front page doesn't have a chat, or I think it does. So you have to actually click on the stream to get to the chat, I think.
Not sure.
It's been a while since I've
I don't tend to go to the
clicked
front
on the
page.
Twitch front page, to be honest, but
There's not usually anything I'm interested on there, so I tend not to go there. I've got my interests, and I'm quite just happy to go navigate to them, you know. I'm just gonna point it out. Typically, people boast the size of their penis, not the lack thereof. Oh boy. That's that. You heard it here first, folks. The people with 1-inch penises play Alt WFC. I have nothing against Alt WFC whatsoever.
yeah.
But that's... Also, you're not actually supposed to cheat on there either, they just don't enforce anything. They've given up, I'm pretty sure. Of course it was Ozzy, it's the same guy each time. But that was the first time he's actually said something funny, and it was for all the wrong reasons. We can suck it. Oh wait, he can't because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's just so tiny.
It's so small. It's not functional. So what? What? I think we've gotten away with it.
Greetings, it's Dorian, and then... Greetings, it's Toon 7.
Oh my god. Keep trying. Maybe you can save the insult that you were trying to do. Think it through and come back. Okay, we've identified that your penis is too small. However, is there anything else you can do?
Greetings, Happy Elm.
No, I am not destroying Ozzy. He is destroying himself.
Greetings, Scyther.
Hello, Scyther.
But like I say, I remind you, like,
you come into a troll trying to troll and accidentally making fun of his own dick.
As mature adults or mature young children who are...
I'm not mature, I don't pretend to be.
I remind you...
Do a diss track! What? What does that even mean?
Like a diss track rap thingy. People on the internet are actually immature 12-year-olds. There are actually immature 12-year-olds. Like we say, you're acting like an immature 12-year-old or whatever. There are genuine immature 12-year-olds on the internet. Like, genuinely, truly. And in the Mario Kart Wii community, we have a surplus of them, because it's a children's game. And... so we're all like, look at the immature 12-year-olds. Sometimes they actually genuinely are immature 12-year-olds. And one day they will learn. One day they will grow into mature... Like, we were all immature 12-year-olds once. Let's be real here. Like,
we're also not going to remember it, unfortunately.
We were all dumb shits once. And if you weren't, you were. And you just haven't realised it yet.
I was pretty dumb.
We were all dumb shits.
I don't think I was this dumb.
And we've all grown up a little bit since then. And one day, the people in chat talking about their 1-inch penises will grow substantially larger penises and also into more mature human beings. And one day
can't even anymore.
They'll look back and feel ashamed of the stuff they posted in chat. So, you know...
Not even Janice can keep up his facade of being the mature one.
You know, like... We've got to do our part as mature ones to try and guide them to the path of light. They'll have to find their own way there ultimately, but for the time being, we have to accept the fact that these are genuinely immature 12-year-olds.
By the time they're not, they won't be here anymore. We'll never get to observe their growth.
Like I say, a surprising amount of people in this community have been in the community since they were 12.
That is
like,
true.
Hands up in chat if you've been in the Mario Kart community since you were 12.
Or younger.
Or younger.
I can't put my hand up for that.
I can't put my hand up for that because I was too old when Mario Kart Wii came out, but...
Here we go. Yeah.
Here we go.
Ouch.
Maybe. Side time was 13 on release.
Wow.
Landmine. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Everybody grows up. People grow up with this game. And so there's an
been out for 10
injection
years, so it...
of young people still coming in at the
People who
bottom,
were 8 when
which
this-
surprises me. It surprises me that people are still coming to this game, but they are. And so, like, you know,
hello, James, I didn't even realise you'd end up in the window again. When did you do that?
we have to remember we were all there once.
No, seriously, when did the cat get there?
The cat walked past you earlier, yes.
Oh.
And is now sat in the window.
Did not notice. Blind as a bat I am. Ah. Oh my god, what am I doing? Also, I do at the end of the stream want to try to check out the Rainbow Road Ghost and just see what kind of checkpoints it goes through and whatnot, you know.
Well, it's kind of you to apologise to being MKW, right?
Yes,
But I think
legit, do not worry.
what we would like an apology for, if you're going to apologise for anything, is your misbehaviour,
Yeah,
rather than apologising for. It's nice that you apologise.
He
for
likes
that,
his misbehaviour.
if you want to apologise for anything, you should apologise for the cheating you've done and the
For wasting the moderator's time,
Wasting
yeah.
the moderator's time. That's what you should be apologising for, not for hating.
Don't
them.
forget that it's people like you that make that annoying 1 week wait. That absolutely
Yeah.
cumbersome 1
You
week
are
wait
the
that I have
reason
to
there is a
explain
1
for
week wait.
everyone.
If it's you know,
Yeah.
that people like
You
you
made
are the
that
reason
happen,
why the
you
1
know?
week wait is. So that's what you should apologise for to the community at large.
It's for
because
making there be a 1 week wait because you wouldn't.
because of those.
You wouldn't
actions,
follow the
like I
rules
said.
and you wouldn't
If you
stay
want
away.
to apologise for anything, I would suggest you apologise for your actions rather than.
Hey Benny, okay, there are several reasons why it can get stuck at 6 of 8 every time. Common ones include the Wii being set to 50 Hz mode or the internet channel not being up to date, but if you've been watching my video tutorial, you should read the description because there's a lot of good details in there.
Yeah.
Now, the 60 Hz thing only applies if you are
European. So if
European
you've
or
got a
Australian.
European Wii
Yeah,
or
PAL Wiis,
Australian, then pay attention. If not, then that won't be a thing.
Yeah. Red Bull gives you wings, therefore you can fly around
Well,
the
thank
track.
you for that apology. That's very good
Okay.
of you. Thank you.
Yes,
MKW Raw. Don't do it again.
indeed. Because if you don't do it again, eventually the moderators will stop remembering that you're a problem. That's how most people who circumvent this is a fact. How to circumvent a permanent ban is to go off the radar for a while so we forget who you are, then just kind of come back and keep
don't
going
cause
and
a
don't
problem.
don't cause a scene. Done. We won't reban, you know, because we'll have forgotten. I mean, there's so many hackers that we can't remember them all.
It does work in North America, Benny. We were just asking about Europe because there's a reason
He
why it
doesn't
can
actually-
freeze on
like
6
I
of
said, he
8
doesn't actually
specifically for.
Yes, it does work in North America. Do not worry.
Yeah, I'm just explaining.
Yeah.
We were asking about Europe specifically because of one of the ways it can freeze on 6 of 8 is to do with
Whoa.
it being European. But if it's
Yeah.
American, that can't be a thing. So.
Yeah. I just thought of something cute that we could do actually, bro. Because the resolution of the screen is slightly different between 50 Hz and 60 Hz, we could actually hide a notification to 50 Hz from users at the bottom on the actual patching screen. Now when you draw it, it says if you can see this line, you need to disable. You need to go to your system settings and do this. You know.
Well, thank you for your apology. All the WSC sucks and WinFi rules. Oh no, the other way around. Sorry,
Oh no, other way around. Channels, you traitor!
That was actually a genuine misreading. My apologies. But anyway, thank you for your apology. I hope you mean it.
Oh man, oh man. I can't help but feel like you're being trolled by a 12-year-old at the moment, dear brother mine. Oh my god. Whee! And there's that. Oh, this overpeaked audio. I'm looking forward to having the new card and not worrying about that. I'm going to make a point of just replacing my headphones lead as well, so we can give high quality audio to the stream instead of playing it through the mic as well. Do it proper. Make a nice streaming setup, you know. Oh, ye of little faith. Look, MKW. I mean, actually, there have been unbans issued for permanent. For people who go away for a long time and then come back and say, by the way, can I have an unban? That actually works. So if you did just take some time off or whatever.
But of course, it's a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
The moderators won't fall for it twice though if you repeat offend. But
yeah,
if you genuinely reform and come back to Wingfi as a changed person,
but you will have to be gone for a while because you were supposed to be fulfilling a permanent ban.
Yeah. You can get unbanned. But you genuinely have to not be a douchebag.
I see the unban records quite often and go, oh, interesting. You know. And people get... Sometimes the moderators get confused and think they've circumvented the ban. And I'm like, no, dude. You've got to check carefully. Die, Rizra.
Well, like Bean says, MKW, right, you do actually have to serve
some time,
at some time. So you'll have to, I'm afraid, serve a ban and show that you're not trying to circumvent it.
Because if you are trying to circumvent it, why do it means you haven't learned anything.
It means the moderators can't trust you.
Yeah.
So you have to show the moderators that you can trust you by serving a ban, not a permanent one, but a long one.
Yeah. We're talking several months, at least. After all, as far as we're concerned, you shouldn't be here. You went in, out one window and in through the other.
And now looks jolly confused.
Hi, but
this is the cat, by the way, we're discussing.
Well, that's one way to fall into first place.
Hello, James.
Hey, James. Oh. That was fun, Luigi. I managed to get past. Thank you for 5 bits to Spiral. It's not a face cam, dude. It's a cat's picture combo. Supreme. I should put a gift on there. Not everyone can think it is live. Or a movie clip. Is that? No, get rid of the compression.
Well, if you just record him sleeping for a few minutes and put it on a loop, it'll basically be a permanent face
Yeah,
cam.
indeed. That'd be good.
He practically doesn't move. The last few seconds notwithstanding.
I know, Zach, don't, I can't do anything about that ban. Legit, I can't see that ban. There is no record of it. It's not a normal ban. It's a super special Wiimote ban, you know.
Blaze was clearly the source of all of the evil on Wingfi, and so Weem felt that the only solution was to issue a ban so severe and terrible that not even the moderators can touch it. I have no idea.
He is the superpower and the overlord. That is,
unfortunately, Weem
that is his right. he has all the rights to be that way. But yeah. Is the cat eating food again?
I'll check. I mean, Weem can do what he likes, ultimately.
Yes, a ban like that does exist.
And Blaze has it.
Blaze is trapped in one. I cannot see it. I cannot do anything about it.
He is clearly the source of the evil in the universe.
My moderator powers me nothing in the face of Weems. Laser Rat is also stronger than me, I'm pretty sure.
If only it was an IP ban.
I don't think even he can do anything about Weems' ban.
If only it was just an IP ban.
If only, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cheddars, seize screwdrivers. Why? We don't know.
My hands want to fiddle with something.
Okay.
A pair of screwdrivers seemed like the most logical thing. They have these funny bristles that you can rub into each other, and it amuses me.
We shouldn't do that, because that was generally going to degrade the screwdrivers.
I know, I'm sorry, Mr. Bean.
And I paid for those.
That's true. I did get you some screwdrivers, though.
That's
not
true,
as cool
but
as
not
your
the-
ones.
My ones are very specific for disassembling Nintendo consoles. I think I just destroyed my fib just by looking at it, and I didn't get a point for it. Invincible motherfucker. Okay, this is perfect.
Yes, that's right. Spend 4 months playing for playing Fortnite and then come back.
That is a fairly decent solution, yes. I cannot. I'm wasting time at this point. I've got to go. In fact, I wasted a whole heap of time because I just couldn't pin anyone down with my stars. Now I'm in last. Alright, let's see what the next set offers me. Where is the next set? This is real bad. It's here. Next set offers me a bullet. Alright.
How short is the timer on one lap tracks? Very short. The reason why is because
1,
if
0.
use it. Because
There's got to be
if
people who've
you
gone better than I did.
farewell MKW, if you finish because of a bug in countdown. Well, not really a bug in countdown. Because of a bug in how one lap tracks work online in Mario Kart Wii.
Okay. I take.
If you finish the lap on a one lap track where the start line and the finish line are not the same line, so it does work if they're the same line, but if they're not the same line, which they're not on this track, it will not work correctly online in countdown if you finish a lap. So in order to make countdown possible on those tracks, not just outlaw them altogether, we make the timer super short so that there is no possibility of completing even a single lap.
Yeah. And that's why that's unfortunately like that.
Yes.
So. Thank goodness for the bullet, frankly.
We don't just do it
Screwed
for
without
lols.
that.
Like that's why it's like that on one lap tracks. And it's also why it's like that on things like Baby Park, because well, it's a separate bug, but we can't let you finish 9 laps for a similar reason. So we have to make sure you can't finish 9 laps of Baby Park.
If Sword, Nick or Troy got banned, the backlash would be so bad that, yeah.
Well, it depends what they got banned for. I
Yeah,
mean, like, you know, like if they genuinely did something wrong, got a
There's
ban,
nothing we
I
can
would
do about that, yes.
hope that they would serve their time and take it, you know. It's just like if Bean was caught cheating, I hope someone would take action.
Yeah, I'd be like, lol, I'm a moderator. On ban.
And I hope they would take that off you.
Yeah, they would.
If they got banned, but didn't, you know, if it was in error, one would hope that would get fixed.
Yes. Erroneous bans do get taken down. Or bans with insufficient proof, you know.
Yeah.
If the person who's banned complains and we're like, yeah, I can't honestly see. No, I'm not 100% sure that you were cheating, then yeah. That sucked, but it wasn't golden, so I'm not too worried. Oh god. Yeah, I had plenty of people saying GG's to me after your encounter with them. With the name that wasn't mine. Wasn't even my name, they still thought it was me. Anyway. Ow. Oh my god, I cannot. I'm immune. Haha. iPhones do exist, they're just not very long.
We should probably make sure he doesn't have a gold name for that, though.
Yes. In violation of the gold name terms and conditions.
The gold
Remove
name
it.
committee should probably have a meeting.
Yeah, and remove it. Ow! How? It's a back green. Astonishing. Oh dear. This is not off to a good start, but the way.
Well, the way I would do gold names, but this being system, but the way I would do it is if you hover over the name, I'd have it tell them who they actually are. So you'd hover over it and it would say Sword of Seals. And you'd be like, oh, it's
We don't
Sword.
have that information though.
Yes, we do, you nana.
From what?
From the FC, you pillock.
What do you mean from the FC?
Well, it's not your friend code he's using.
That is true.
That's
So
how
you-
the gold
so-
name is detected,
so
you
you-
moron.
Excuse me. You didn't say... Okay. I thought you were referring to something a little smarter than that, you moron. Such as
Smarter? What
a
could be
console
smarter?
detector.
No, but why would you need a console detector? You have a system for you have a
Funny
system.
that. I thought we were just complaining about it.
Yes, you have a system for picking players that should be gold based on their friend code.
Yes, precisely. And you were like, this system is stupid. How I would do it is this.
Is
And I'd
I
be
would
like-
have a
I would be like,
tooltip.
huh, so you would detect console and you're like, no, you fool! We have a system for this! And I'm like, wait, were we
tooltip.
throwing out this system or...
No, I'm saying I wouldn't just have a gold name. I would have a tooltip which says who I think it is.
Right.
And then you'd be like, oh, it's a gold name, so it's the real person. I wonder which real person... Oh, it's really Sword. Oh, I see. I see.
One thing I was thinking about doing actually was turning people's names into hyperlinks if they're streaming on Twitch.
Yes, that would work. No, we're brothers, not nobly married couple. There's a difference.
Third, fourth? No, I want to go the other way, dude. Oh!
Nice work, Yoshi.
No. It was more miserable
But
than
that's
I
the
did.
joy of Countdown, brother.
Tea cozy thief incoming. I don't know about that. I don't think I could top the tea cozy thief.
Greetings, actually, Chillan. How are people changing their Wii IPs? Well, they don't change their Wii IP. That's not. Yeah, networking.
Would do it, but yeah.
Networking is
Changes the external IP.
yeah. Networking is a poorly understood art. There's people who understand computer networking, and there's people who don't understand computer networking. And the vast majority of people don't understand, even people who are good at computers, because computer networking is like this
stupid
massive subdomain of computers filled with a bunch of rules that you just have to know. And so the IP in question, you need to change the external IP, not the Wii's IP. Which is to say, you need to change the IP that MKW sees.
And I don't think you actually need to do that. Why do you need to do that?
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that, but that would be what we're talking
Presumably that makes your NatNeg really bad as well.
about. That would also be atrocious.
Yeah. And MKW is not very good at NatNeg to begin with. Last thing you want is to add another hop to the mix, yeah?
But yes, MKW bands are more complicated than just IP bands.
Yeah, they are. And that is the truth. Because otherwise just changing your IP would be enough to get you online, which as a lot of people can probably tell you,
Doesn't
it's
work.
not. I'm just wondering if someone will get an early shock in the scrum, you know. But they did not. Okay.
Most people who are trying to unban themselves are stupid. It's kind of like a general rule of thumb. Especially if they're talking about it.
Yeah, indeed.
Like, that's just as a tip for the wise.
Just to remind the WeFi moderators you exist, that's wise. We might forget you. If you just shut up. Ow. My poor head is getting more and more blue. Oh shit. Oh good. Woo!
Yeah, so public IPs are mysterious things, Jetty, and it really depends on the ISP and how their DHCP works. Or
Not even the Wii knows it's public IP when it starts the connection. It actually has Wi-Fi tell it.
yeah, well, you can't in principle. But no, I mean, so they're asking about when public IPs change. It's a matter of how your ISP does things. So our ISP is clearly using some form of DHCP to assign the IP addresses, but with a long memory. So our IP stays stable for many, many, many years
Even
at a
though
time.
it is advertised as dynamic.
Even though it can change at any moment in theory, it just doesn't in practice.
We've had IPs from in excess of 5 years before.
Yeah. So our IPs don't change very often, which is very convenient for us.
Yes, because we want to host a server.
Because we're hosting a
We
server.
don't want, a static IP is very useful to us, and changing it once every 5 years is not particularly a hardship.
Correct. But some ISPs will change it every time you sign on. So it really honestly depends on your ISP and their policy on it.
Ah, just in time. A perfect race on N64 Mario Raceway. It was just staggering when we did change IP, actually. We thought it was basically not going to happen, and I was like, hang on a sec, our IP's changed. There's a bunch of things not working. I was like, hang on, let me just... It's not going to be this, but let me check out my external IP. And I was like, I don't recognise this number set at all. And I quickly update all the domains.
I think we've had 2 IPs, haven't we, essentially, since we've had this ISP?
Yeah.
We had 82.14.95.65, and now we've got 82.31.1113.
Which is a good IP. They're both pretty good IPs, actually.
You can memorise both of them. But yeah, that's the 2 IPs we've had in our entire time.
82.31.111.3. It's a mirror of itself.
It is. Palindromic, except for the 82.
Yeah. Which is just more like a UK indicator. Oh boy.
Welcome to Fun with Fractions with your host Chad RZ dun 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 dun.
Thank you for everything. That was 20
Wow.
on the nose.
Yeah, thank you for those bits, the Lord Scruffy.
That was meant to be the tune, wasn't it?
I'm guessing that was the latest cover of the Fun with Fractions tune by the Donation Reader Lady.
Yep.
I think it might not appeal to the purists who likes the original, but I can see it having a niche market who appreciate
The text-to-speech market.
that version, that cover version. But I think there will be some purists who will say that the only version they subscribe to is the original.
It's the Chadder's official.
Chadder's version, but I can see there being a market for that cover version.
Itself,
I can see people going in for that.
Oh god.
Oh god, something a bit different, really.
Okay. I'm actually going this way. Everyone's over here. What happened to my fib? It just kind of vanished.
We actually already had a Fun with Fractions episode earlier in the stream.
Thanks to another comment.
I forgot the script badly, but anyway, we got there.
Yeah.
That script was honed and developed over the course of 16 hours.
And forgotten just as quickly.
I was almost there.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the vanilla tracks are quite good for Countdown, to be honest.
Cannot hit people. They're just not. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Aha. Bean hatches an evil plan. Fear me. Nice. Somehow missed. Okay. Damn. I actually bounced off the wall, which is not good. Ideally I just place plant into it. But yeah.
I don't think it'll make a difference.
Not in this case, no. There it is. Oh. Gee, that's about where we expected you to place.
You performed acceptably.
You performed exactly as your VR says you should. We have 3 spots for interested parties. We have 2 people on the same network as each other. Hunter and Twister are in the same place right now.
Dun, dun, dun!
They must be visiting each other. I wonder if they're also streaming.
And so begins the Mario Kart Inquisition.
Not that I see here, anyway. Is the Nintendo server available soon? Same on the website. What? What does that mean, Dorian?
Yes.
That question, I'm afraid, does not compute.
I do not comprehend your question.
Yeah.
Rasputin Jesus. Curious. Got back into MKW community a couple of months ago after 4 years of being offline. I enjoyed. Been watching folks since 0809. Who are the hip younglings in the community now? Any shout outs to any streamers or YouTube people who weren't around in the old days to check out?
I think actually Troy comes post 0809, especially in YouTube fame, so...
Really?
Yeah. He, there was a time that I was bigger than Troy, you know. That lasted for a small while, you know. Let's think. I don't keep up too much with the...
After 4 years of being away, right?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
So what we're talking is after 2014.
That's a good question, actually. There's a few people still trying to making a name for themselves with Mario Kart Wii at the moment.
Yeah, Bradley,
Kevin,
I guess that would be a name that springs to mind.
Kevin VG on YouTube.
Kevin VG, yeah.
There's a bunch of old favourites still hanging around as well, though.
Yeah.
Like Sword and Mead.
Yeah.
Those kinds of peoples.
I mean, just check if you Google CTGP and put a filter, YouTube, CTGP and put a filter of
date,
over the past few years, you'll find videos with a lot of views from, you can have a look at the names, see if you recognise people. I mean, also, obviously, there's always Twitch. You can check out the Mario Kart Wii section on Twitch and have a look and see.
That tends to be fairly busy at peak hours.
Streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a pretty busy service, all things considered.
Yeah. Even throughout all that, I could not hit him. Oh, double bombs. So terrifying, I found a Goomba. As a background project, I still would not mind making it possible to stream Mario Kart Wii to Twitch from a Wii U using the spare processing.
Go for it, yeah. Sounds a good project. Enjoy it.
Doesn't it? Chad has opted out.
Can Wi-Fi buy Nintendo Wi-Fi on illegally? Well, I mean, in terms of the domain name, if that's what you're asking for,
if they want to sell it.
if it's for sale, anyone can buy it. That's the way domain names work. They're not.
Of course, if Nintendo Wi-Fi.net ever does go up for sale, I think probably someone in the community will snap it up.
Yes. However, that's not the issue. The issue is not having the real domain name. The issue is having the SSL certificate. That's what would allow Wi-Fi to work without a modified console.
Yeah.
So if we had the SSL certificate for that domain, and we had that domain,
probably never will,
then you'd be able to actually make a version of Wi-Fi that did not require.
You'd just enter a DNS and you'd be online.
No, if you had the domain name, you wouldn't do anything.
Oh yeah, true. If you had the whole domain name to yourself,
you would just literally turn on your Wii and play it. It'd be Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
That's the killer, and that you'll never get, because even if you did get that domain and you could get an SSL certificate, it wouldn't be one that the Wii accepted.
Yeah.
Only Nintendo could make that, and they won't give it to us, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So that's the missing component. It's not having the domain name. It's the SSL certificate that's signed by Nintendo for that domain name. That's what makes a Wii believe that it's really Nintendo. That's how Wii knows it's on actual Nintendo Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah.
And that's how the Wii knows that Wi-Fi is not actually Nintendo Wi-Fi connection.
Fuck yeah.
And basically what the patches do is just persuade it to use the...
They changed the... They turn off the HTTPS by removing the S from the URL and then change the URL so they
Pretty
say
Triangle. No. You're a liar. I
Where?
don't believe you.
Where? When? Who? On here? Never mind, it was the CT.
I told you. I told you.
You cock. Why are you doing this to me? You're going to make me age. You're going to make Chadders have a... Actually, Chadders did flat out didn't believe it, did he?
And I was correct. That's the confidence I had.
No! It is your fault, not ours!
Anyway, Zakharov gets stripped of his moderator powers and his his tester status. Farewell.
Anyway, that's a bad CT if it's projecting triangles. It shouldn't do that. Hello again, Gel.
Greetings, Gelfila.
Or Gelfila.
I don't know.
Gelfiler.
Gelfila, Gelfila.
Gelfila. Gelfiler. All of these names are pretty good.
Gelf. Ila.
Well, yes, hello and welcome. You're a cat called Goose, Scotch Spiral. Wario Stadium. We have one spot.
Absolutely, they're not so amazing dads. You can register for an LSS certificate. That's not the point, though.
You got to make
So-
it one that the Wii takes.
If you want a background on it, how SSL certificates work, essentially, is somebody vouching for someone else, okay? So, an SSL certificate, basically, it says, you know, this is, you know, whoever it is, so, you know, this is chadsoft.co.uk, and, you know, I, Symantec Verifying Corporation, vouch for the fact that this is really that website, okay? So, every SSL certificate, somebody says, like, it is me who is giving you this authority. So there are a number of companies around the world that have got the authority to issue these things, and they say, like, you know, I vouch that this is really, you know, whoever. The trouble with Nintendo Wi-Fi Connect, so this is the system of SSL, right? And it's a generic system, and the way that they've done it on the Wii is clever. What they've done is they've said, Nintendo Wi-Fi connection must be vouched for by Nintendo Certificate Authority. And so even though you can get a valid SSL certificate that says, I, VeriSign, certify that this really is Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, the Wii will go, lol. Because the Wii's looking specifically for Nintendo Certificate Authority to vouch for the fact that that is really Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. And that's the component that we just can't synthesize. We actually need Nintendo Certificate Authority.
Unless there is a bug in the iOS somewhere.
Unless there's either a bug on the Wii side or a poor choice of key or whatever on the certificate that we can crack. Basically, we'd need to either crack Nintendo Certificate Authority or crack the iOS somehow to make it not realise that.
I would say that cracking the iOS would be the easier of the
Maybe
two.
depends. I mean, depends. I mean, you can make some very basic mistakes.
We did have a brief look
the
into
thing
it,
with
actually.
because yeah, of course we do. But the thing with Nintendo Certificate Authority is when people do that kind of thing, that inherently means they're having to go through the whole process, and it's probably the only time they will go through that whole process, and so it's very easy for them to make a subtle mistake.
Yeah.
Because security is complicated, right? And if you're going through the process and you're only doing it once, you're like, well, I think I've understood it. I've done the steps. I think it's worked. You know, how do you tell if security's working, right? Yeah, it looks scrambled, you know. You know, so...
From what we can tell, Nintendo's security is built on some random companies that we can't find's implementation of OpenSSL.
Yeah, it's some reduced version of OpenSSL, and we were looking for bugs with that, but
we almost
didn't
found
get
one
anywhere.
too within the correct time frame. It's just that if there was a silly bug in OpenSSL for certain certificate types, if they were invalid, they would be accepted. So if they were valid but wrong, they would not be accepted. But if they were completely invalid, they'd be perfectly fine. But Nintendo did not permit those signature types in the first place, and so they were immune to it.
Well, no, because the iOS contains bugs. So, just for the person who asked, no, I don't mean ISO, I mean iOS. There's lots of different acronyms. Yeah. iOS is the small operating system that the Wii runs, essentially. It's like the Wii's operating system is the way to think about it. Yeah. It's like a tiny little operating system, though.
It is very small.
Greetings, Ferry and Jay.
Yo.
Long time no see. It's going good, thank you. How is it going for you? And also, greetings, Ryder Les 2D.
Yo. Welcome.
I'm just wondering if there's some way to pronounce that fluently. But
yes, the idea, what would be particularly cool is if we could identify a bug in the iOS that allowed this. It doesn't really matter what it is, but something to do with the networking.
Yeah.
So that during the process of negotiating with a server, Nintendo somewhere have made a mistake, or this company that gave them their thing has made a mistake. And that some arbitrary string of bytes, for whatever reason, causes the iOS to go wrong and think it should be accepting everything that you tell it, even though it should be rejecting.
Yeah, because I mean, like anything, you know, So so encryption, generally, what happens is, if you're interested, a bunch of mathematicians gather around on a whiteboard in a university somewhere and go, yes, and come up with some mathematics that they say offers some security. Then they publish a paper about that, and a bunch of other mathematicians around the world go, and then one goes, aha, no, got you. If you divide by this, it works like this. And they go, bugger. And then they all
do this for a while.
Ruminate on this for a while, until eventually everybody agrees that this combination of sums equals security. At this point, programmers attempt to read the papers written by these academics and go, what the bloody hell, what even Greek letter is that? I don't understand. And eventually, they turn it into a program. So that the bugs can come from a few places. So one of the possibility is the mathematicians made a bug in the first place. Now that's pretty unlikely, because they genuinely spend a goodly number of years on this, and they go to great lengths to make sure they're wrong. It happens. No, but that's not. No, it's not really. It's not the mathematician's fault. No, but it does happen that the mathematicians make a mistake, or most likely there's some new mathematics invented which makes it possible. That's usually how it goes. But it does happen. But that's the less common problem. The most common problem with encryption is actually the programmer who reads what the mathematician has written,
just body the guy one line behind,
and then translates that into a computer program. And they will probably make mistakes because they're human beings, and they will obviously test. But as I say, it's very difficult to test security, because what do you do to test security? You go, well, it seems secure. I tried to break it and it doesn't work. Okay, jolly good. I've done the security. Well done, me. But what you don't know is, you can't really test, is it really secure? Is it slightly secure? Have I made a mistake? Like, it's very difficult often to test security. And so it's very common to make mistakes in security.
Yes.
And then third, the other place where mistakes come from, which is even more common, is that most programmers don't know anything about security and don't know any mathematicians. And so what they do is they either hire some other programmer to write, if they're a company, to write the security for them, or they, if it's an open source person, they just download an open source security library, and they try to use it, and they don't understand it, and they make a mistake. So that's the common reasons why computer security fails, with the last one being the most common. The person who knows nothing about security sets it up wrong. The second most common is the person who knows something about security implements it wrong, and then, like I said, the least likely is the mathematicians actually genuinely get it wrong.
I was in first for a time there. You know that. I was in first with my axe for a time, and now I'm in 11th, still with my axe.
Well, 11th is like first. He's just got another one.
So cover now.
In the case of the the SSL of the Wii, we are.
I'm not winning this. It's not possible anymore.
In the case of the Wii, we're talking about.
Bullet, please.
If the implementation of SSL is flawed, or if the person who used that implementation and put it together in the Wii has made a mistake, it's possible that even though SSL is fine, there may be a mistake that would let us...
That should have been mine.
work around the fact that we need the Wi-Fi SSL certificate, the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection SSL certificate. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you know much about the specifics of why quantum computers break factorization of large primes, chatters? My quantum computing is actually rather shite, I'm afraid. So no. If you want to look it up, it's called Shor's algorithm. That's what I do know. So Shor's algorithm is an algorithm which will only work on a quantum computer, which factorizes prime numbers.
That would break security as we know it, wouldn't it?
It would break a lot of things. Not everything. It's just because so. If you want a really good, nice, if you want my top level theoretical treatment of security, we measure it in terms of security as how hard it is compared with a brute force. And the trouble is, it turns out we can't actually prove, because we're bad at proving things about computer algorithms, we can't actually prove that there's not a way to solve these problems quickly. And so we just assert that nobody's found a way to do it any faster than brute force, and therefore it can't be done faster than brute force. There's no actual proof of that, unfortunately. And so we're just relying on everybody's hunch that it's very difficult to do certain things. One of the things that everybody agrees it's jolly difficult for computers to do is factorize a large number, which is to say, factorising a number is like in school, 15 is 3 times 5. That's factorising, okay? You break it down into things that can't be... 3 can't be factorised any further, 5 can't be factorised any further, 27 is 3 times 3 times 3. That can't be broken down any further. That's factorising. It turns out computers are shite about factorising...
Yes, we do swear. To the person who was asking.
10,000-digit numbers. Turns out computers are really bad at that.
Oh, Luigi, don't just sit here.
But it turns out that quantum computers are really good at that because of Shor's algorithm. And so one of the things we use in security is we use the fact that computers are bad at factorising 10,000-digit numbers
at any kind of speed
to enforce security. Basically, we say, like, the fastest way to break this algorithm is either to factorise a large number or brute force it. That's kind of what we're saying when we talk about the security. And so we're relying on the fact that those two are as hard as each other. If you introduce the fact that there's suddenly a very easy way to factorise a number, then suddenly it becomes very possible. But that will only break algorithms which rely on factorising being the hard thing. But basically, security people have got good at using any hard problem to do it. So that's not the only thing we use. So another problem we use is the discrete logarithm problem. Which is another really hard thing that we say is very hard to do. And the discrete logarithm problem, if I recall correctly, it's saying, in modular arithmetic, what power do I have to raise a particular number to in order to get a particular other number? That's very, very hard, and we assert there's no real good way to do that. And so again, the security, I can't remember which algorithm uses that one, but one of the security algorithms that's well known uses that as its hard problem.
Whoa!
So again, if someone can find a way to do that problem quickly, they would break that security. So I think large prime numbers factorising is used in RSA, if I recall correctly. So that's the one that SSL uses. So yes, SSL would be broken if the quantum computers came around. But that's not the only security algorithm we have. That's
so
just
it
one
may
of them.
have easy access when quantum computers are mainstream.
If. But since we know about this already,
yeah,
and, since quantum computers are still in the early development phases, and it's not clear whether they will ever get any further than that, nobody's worried yet. But there are alternatives already, so it's not like a big problem. It's not like it breaks...
I'm saying that your easy access to WinFi has to wait until the quantum computers come out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, if quantum computers become mainstream, we could hack the WinFi SSLs, the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection SSLs. That's true, yes.
And would.
Well, no, hang on. Let me just think. It's not the certificate. No, it would be the connection, not the certificate. No, maybe not. Oh, well, at that point you could intercept connections between the real Nintendo Wi-Fi and the Wii.
But what do you mean intercept those? I mean, it's gone. Did you forget?
No, but as long as its SSL certificate still exists, as long as it opens a connection, we could hijack that. Is what I'm saying.
How did I manage to scramble that into seconds? That was such a cluster at the end.
Yeah, well, it turns out quantum computers are hard to build. Also, I missed a couple of greetings. Let me just scroll up in chat. I'm sure.
Oh, hang on a second. I need to restart the preview.
Well,
I'm using the mouse.
You didn't say that.
Well, you should have seen me moving the mouse, surely.
God, Chad does. You didn't spot something that happened 100 milliseconds before you acted. God.
No, bro. I'm afraid that that doesn't work. It was a bit before, actually. I'd already reached for the mouse. I was moving it. I had been moving it for about 2 seconds, so...
God, Chad, you're so unobservant.
You are.
Greetings, Wingcat Man.
Yo. Yeah, friendly reminder to anyone who's got the beta for the USB GameCube controllers that there is an update that was released before the stream began that fixes, hopefully fixes the rumble and rumble bug and the screen burning filter turning on when it's not supposed to. So those need testing. So if you have time, please.
Oh, well, lucky for you, JTUK Hutch. As long as you ask a question, I'll just waffle on for hours.
Yes.
So. Keep firing questions and I'll
It is
just keep
the truth.
waffling on. I don't shut up.
Thank you for the host, Dorian. The mouse over the
Or
chat.
alternatively, come study computer science at Cambridge University and you might have me as a teacher.
Right. We can, we just haven't.
Yeah.
We want to, but it's not our priority.
How do computers work? Which bit? Oh, how does the Trutcher bug? Oh.
That was a cute bug.
Okay, so this is...
A prime example. If Nintendo Wi-Fi connection had this, we'd be in a heartbeat.
Prime
Anyway,
example,
yeah.
as I was saying earlier, the
Maybe it
three
did.
common.
Maybe perhaps the old iOSs do have that.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, shut up.
Anyway.
The three common things, like I say, this one is an example of the person who used the security thing, who didn't know anything about security, messed it up. Okay, it's a really
It's a rookie mistake. This one.
rookie mistake. Absolutely, yes, it is a rookie mistake. So what happened here was, let me get this straight. It's the hash of the no. Is it the? Yes, it's the hash of the. I think it's the hash of the certificate. So basically, what happens is it works out what we call a hash of the. I think it's a hash. Yeah, it's a hash of the ticket. Yes, I think that's right. So the ticket on the Wii is the license, if you like, for that for the whole disc. It says this is the disc, and this is my proof that Nintendo really believes in this disc, and this is a real Nintendo disc.
The data on this is not modified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the ticket, and presumably what would happen, I don't know, but presumably in the disc authoring process, when the people were happy with their disc, they'd send off for Nintendo for the ticket, and Nintendo would give them the ticket for their disc. I assume that's how it works. So the ticket is this little file that sort of validates the whole disc. And Nintendo, what we call sign the ticket. So it's like a signature on a piece of paper, but in a signature on a computer is just a very long number as opposed to a squiggle.
Yeah.
But essentially, only Nintendo could possibly have come up with this long number. That's the idea.
Yeah.
And this, basically how it works is, the whole ticket is converted to a, what would it be? It'd be I think it's 20, so it'd be 20 bytes, 160 binary digit number. So that's going to be probably a 50-digit decimal number. So the ticket is converted into a 50-digit number, basically. And that's compared with, essentially, the one that Nintendo... This is how signing works. Basically, you do some maths, and... Yeah, I don't want to explain all of signing, but basically, you end up comparing two 50-digit numbers, and if they match, it's a genuine signature. That's the trick.
If they don't, then it's not.
And if they don't, it's not. And basically, only Nintendo could possibly have come up with this number in this way. That's the trick, basically. So you end up with these two 50-digit numbers to compare. The trouble is, whoever did this must have thought that they weren't numbers. They must have thought that they were text. Okay? So rather than comparing these two 50-digit numbers,
try to teach it as text.
They compared it as if it was two pieces of text.
Two strings.
Now, on a computer, everything's a number, you see. And so there is a mapping between numbers and text on a computer, right? So, the number, for example, the number 65 is the letter A. Okay? Just how it works. And so the Wii, dutifully, when asked to do this, it gets these two numbers and it tries to compare them as text.
Which works, kind of.
Now, but the trouble with text is, it can be long or short. Some text is some words are longer than others, right? So, the way that computers encode text has a concept of length in it. It has a concept of, the fact that not all words are the same length. Whereas on computers, most numbers are the same length. I know that's a bit weird, but that's generally how computers work. But text is definitely variable length. We will all agree with that. So some words are longer than others. The trouble is, because they were comparing these two numbers as text, it might think that it represents a very short word.
And how it knows that is if the first time in strings. 0 represents end of string.
Exactly. So its first time it encounters the digit 00, it thinks the text has ended. And so when it's comparing these two pieces of text, which are actually big numbers, the mistake the poor person who wrote this made was to compare them as text. And so the computer goes, okay, oh look, these are two really short bits of text. Okay.
Well, if it's got a 00.
If there's a 00.
It'll compare up to the 00.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if the 00, basically, if the number happens to represent a short piece of text, it will only compare the first little bit of the number, because it thinks it's comparing two pieces of text. And the trouble with that is the security comes from the fact that it is a 50-digit number. The security comes from the fact that it's very hard for us to fake this 50-digit number. That's the idea. It takes a very long time for us to fake the 50-digit number, like ages and ages and ages. Unfortunately for them, because they're comparing it as text, and because one of the things they created had the 00 in it very, very early, it ended up being a 4-digit number, essentially. So suddenly, the problem went from faking a 50-digit number to faking a 4-digit number. Now, this number is essentially random, and we have no control over it.
Thank you for... How many is that? 24?
Meow meow meow
It is
meow meow
24
meow
bits.
meow 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 meow.
Thank you for 2 bits, Scott.
Meow 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 meow.
Spiral with the 24 bits, right?
Thank you for Sir Spiral for the 24 bit.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so because of this bug, and because of the fact that just one of the games that they created had a 00 in it really early, we only need to fake the first 4 digits of this number up to the 00 in order for the Wii to consider them to be the same number. And so the trick of the Tructure bug is we keep generating new certificates until it happens to be the case that it has the same 4 digits as this one that Nintendo accidentally created. And then all we need to do is use Nintendo's proof. So Nintendo's got this signature, which has the same 4 digits up to the 00, and when the Wii compares them, it goes, oh, well, they're the same up to the 00, so they're the same. Even though after the 00, all the digits are completely different. Yeah. And so as far as the game is concerned, these 250 in inverted commas...
24 bits this time from...
Hydrate, 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 hydrate. Hydrate, 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 HYDR.
What?
It truncated.
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, so because the numbers match for the first 4 digits up to the 00, the Wii thinks they match entirely, so it thinks it's a genuine Nintendo disc, even though beyond the 4th digit the numbers are completely different. The Wii has been fooled completely. Would it be feasible to check the disc for the city? Well, that's what it's trying to do, right? The Wii is trying to check the signature is correct by comparing these 50-digit numbers. And in later iOSs, they do this correctly. They just compare the full 50-digit numbers.
With Memcom, not Stencom.
But yeah, the mistake was whoever programmed this must have thought it was text, not a number. And my assumption is they probably weren't very good C programmers, and they saw it was a char star and assumed it was text, because that's a common mistake.
Yeah.
Is it very hard to prove things about time complexity? Like, for example, X problem has no algorithm quicker than O n log n. It's yes, essentially varying. It's either trivial or impossible. That's what we generally find. Some problems it's really easy, and some problems it's very difficult.
Nice work, KB.
And one of the examples I use in the class on this is I challenge the programmers to see if you can come up with this one. So I say, okay, I've got a list of 99 numbers. And they're all between 1 and 100, okay? But one of them's missing. So they're all unique. So it's like 1, 2, 3, but one of them's missing. But they're not necessarily in order, okay? So I've got a list of numbers. There's 99 of them in the list. They're all between 1 and 100. They're all unique, but obviously one of the numbers is missing because there's not enough, okay? Clearly, one of them's missing because it's 99. Write an algorithm to deduce which number is missing. That's my challenge. And I ask people in my class, okay, what do you think the quickest algorithm could do? Well, what's the lower bound on the time complexity of this? And the astute student generally suggests O(n) log n as a good guess for what that is. But I'll leave a moment in case anyone in chat is capable of coming up with can prove it one way or the other. No, Homebrew like Revolution is not dependent on the Tructure bug. That's not true. Homebrew has relied on a number of bugs for different purposes and to do with different things. The Tructure bug, because it was around in all the early Wiis, quite often Homebrew will put that bug back in if it needs to do something. Yeah. So generally they'll use some other bug to gain control over the whole iOS, and then they'll edit the iOS's code to have the Trutcher bug again. So once again, it will be comparing the strings. And the reason why they do this is just because programs already exist to brute force these tickets in order to induce the Trutcher bug. So why are we going to rewrite out all those programs? We might as well just leave the programs as they are and just reintroduce the bug.
That was a stuck rumble. It's the first one I felt, though.
There you go.
So the stuck rumble still exists in a very minor form.
In fact, I'm pretty
At this
sure...
point, I don't even know how it can.
Yeah,
But yeah.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure CTGP reintroduces the Trutcher bug to install itself.
Yeah, we did fix the stuck rumble. This is why this is unusual. This is the first one I've had in the 3 hours 25 minutes of
I mean, it could be the
playing.
return variable again, as I say.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you should...
Yeah, it's
that.
just it's awkward to do. I'll do it if I have to. If it's enough of a problem.
Oh my god. Oops.
But yeah, since no one's
no.
the solution. So my students often say, well, the way I would solve that problem of the missing number between 0 and 100 is 1 and 100. Sorry, is I'd sort the list into order, and then I would just look through for the first time that one of them's not sequential, because that seems like a very logical way of finding the missing number.
And it would do it.
And it would work, certainly. So they say the quickest it could be done is the time it takes to sort a list plus the time it takes to search for the missing number. So that's the lower bound. The fastest way I know of, however, is faster than that. What you do is you add all the numbers up.
Yeah, I was about to suggest that, actually.
Yeah, very good. Because we know that the sum of the numbers from 1 to 100, if you happen to know this, is 5050. So if you add up all the numbers between 1 and 100, the answer will always be 5050.
So the difference between the number you get and 5050 is the number that's
difference,
missing.
yes.
Yeah.
And that only requires one pass of the list and a simple addition. So that's like the quickest way to do it that I know of. Now one could make a very so then I ask people, okay, can you prove that that's the lowering bound? The way you can say, well, yes, that you can't do it any quicker than that is because that algorithm just checks every element of the list once. And I don't think, my reasoning would be, well, it's not possible to do it faster than that because, for example, the missing number could be the last one in the list that you check. So in any order that you check it, let's say you check it in reverse, you check it forward, you check it in, strides of 2, whatever, there will be a last number you check. And I could say that the input may just happen to be the case that the last number you check is the missing one. Well done. And so, because the last number you check could be the missing one, you can't do it faster than checking every number. And therefore, I think the fastest way to do it must check every number. And since that algorithm does check every number and doesn't do any more work than that, it just checks them all once, I assert that that's got to be the fastest way to do it.
Legit.
So that's an example of time complexity stuff, and it's tricky to reason about because there's subtle things like that. You can think you've got a convincing argument. Oh, well, I've got to sort the list, whatever, But no, there's a different way. There's a different angle you haven't thought of, and that's why time complexity is so hard because you've got to consider every angle. And unless you can do a proof like the one I just did with, oh, well, you've got to check every element and blah blah blah. Like those kind of proofs are quite rare. You often can't do those kind of proofs. So,
see you, Alexia.
Farewell, Lord Alexio.
BC. It's nice. Yes, I'm very surprised to hear this, to find a stuck rumble, but that's not really much of it. It's the first one in 3.5 hours. It's not that bad.
Yeah, well, I'll whack in the return value fix.
Or you do just put it on a retail loop, or what?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mark the rumble as having sent if it said no. That's all I do. So it will resend because I have a queue, don't I? So
It seems a very easy fix.
It's not because there's 4 queues,
Right.
one for each control.
It's a very easy fix.
Come from America, can't wait. Stay for the computer science lecture. Thank you very much, Burning Hawks.
Oh.
Have you looked much into the state of computer generated proof challenge? Yeah, I mean we do. We covered that in the university course, and I've not worked. I did a little bit of work with some stuff like that. I don't know if I actually ever did a full-on proof.
Damn it.
Shadows, why does CHP install if I already put the files on the SD? Does it put files on the Wii? So,
No, it just creates one more file on the SD.
yeah, so there's a special magical snowflake file that's unique to you called jelly.bin. And that's what gets generated during the initial install. The other thing people sometimes confuse with installing is adding the channel to the Wii menu. So there's a button to add the channel to the Wii menu. Sometimes people call that installing, but that just adds the channel to the Wii menu. Which obviously,
Seriously.
in order to put it on the Wii menu, we do have to put it in the system memory.
Can't make this without a shroom.
But the other form of installing, just the when you first connect and
Oh,
it
it
says
does the blue.
there is an update to install, that's generating the special magical jelly.bin file that's just for you.
Your SD card, yeah.
But that doesn't take long at all. That's a very, very quick jobby.
Yes, as you probably are aware.
MrBean, what inspired you to create CTGP?
Just thought it'd be cool if we could build more tracks for this game, you know. Curious to see if it was possible, you know.
Why Jelly and Blob? We picked Blob because it's huge and it's a big blob of meaningless data.
Jelly because it's wobbly and
And we
fragile.
picked Jelly because it's wobbly and fragile and likes to corrupt.
Well, that didn't work.
I don't understand it at all. I love when you'll talk about certificates, networking, and algorithms and stuff like that. And just, well, I'm glad you like it, Game Meister. I know it's not for everyone, and I apologise to people who are just
Soon they're going
annoyed by my rambling. But Big File.big would have been a better name. I probably should have used that, yes, but alas. Have you programmed much in C, Chadders?
Ha ha ha!
C, CTGP, C, every other project I've ever done for the Wii. So what is the jelly.bin file exactly? Well, the files are named ambiguously because we wanted the contents to be ambiguous. So the contents of the file jelly.bin is ambiguous.
Yes, I think there's not many people who know what's in there.
No.
Just us two.
Yes, that's kind of how security works for us.
It's good, isn't it?
I mean, security through obscurity isn't really a thing, but in the Wii community it makes sense. CTGP is written in C. You betcha.
Well, it's C and ASM.
Well, a mixture of C and assembly code, yes. But
Give it the host Max Stream Trains.
the trouble is yeah, well, it used to be written in
Twister. I
assembly.
looked for Twister trying to find him, but I did not see him streaming.
Yeah, we used to write, so CTGP 1.02 is entirely in assembly code. You can look up the source code for that one, that is entirely in assembly code, but as of 1.03 we've moved to
Oh,
C.
he's streaming on YouTube, no wonder I didn't see him.
Oh.
He's one of those people.
Whoops.
Hey,
Greetings,
Twister.
Twister_DX, and also Max Stream Trains. Thank you for the quote-unquote raid.
Yes, I had deduced that you were all in the same room as each other. I looked at the night chat and I was like, oh, Twister and Hunter are at the same location. I wonder if they're streaming. Check Twitch, but no. But I was automatically flawed because you were not on Twitch, you were on YouTube.
How do you feel about C++? Sorry for the variety of questions. Yeah, well, okay, so programming languages in general. First of all, my comments on programming languages in general. People who are hobbyists tend to see them as like religions or operating systems or whatever, where the choice is for some reason down to personal preference or whatever. Like programming languages, it shouldn't be about personal preference really. Like there are some that are effectively the same, but generally speaking, the things are tools. Programming languages are tools, right? And it's like you wouldn't use a hammer to screw in a nail. Like you can try it, but it's going to be awkward and clumsy. Like that's the whole point. Like
I feel sorry for this Yoshi, who has been battered like 3 times by me and then glued.
Programming language choice, I feel, should be more about
Have fun, Twister. Enjoy.
what is the most appropriate tool for the job.
See if I can find the replay of your stream a bit later on. Yeah. Do continue, bro.
that being said, obviously, you know, your familiarity with the tool is also factors in. So I appreciate that some people don't know how, you know, you can't necessarily pick the best tool for the job if you don't know how it works. Like, you sometimes have to make deal with what you've got. But generally speaking, programming language choice should be about right tool for the job. Therefore, my comments on C++ is, I question if it's the right tool for any job. That's my thoughts on C++. So C++ is kind of C with extra features designed to make it more usable. Because C is an awkward and clumsy programming language, okay?
Powerful, though.
It's very
Whatever you
powerful,
want it.
and so the correct use of the tool of C is for writing things like operating systems. It's for writing things that no other language can quite describe, because C has powers that the other languages don't.
Hence, we can make.
Hence, we can
mods
mod,
for CGP in C.
mod a game that's written, you know, that we don't have the source code for. We can do that using C. We would struggle to do that using any other language. C++ kind of aims to make C friendlier and nicer. Now, like, I've been to a lecture by the guy who made C++. I really like C++ in terms of what it set out to achieve, but I have to practically question what it ultimately did achieve. What ultimately, you know, this noble vision that the creator, if you listen to the creator of C++, he does have this really noble vision, and it's lovely, and it's great, and I really like it. However, that's not what you have in practice. What you have in practice is, you've got this language which is designed to be a more usable version of C, but it ends up being so complicated that really it's very hard for any human to understand all of C++ and all of the subtle implications that C++ have. And the trouble with the design philosophy of both C and C++ is they take the philosophy that the programmer is always right. That's how they're good at what they are good at, is because they assume that the programmer is always right. So even if the compiler can't understand what the programmer has written, it will try to make the best of it. That's the idea of C. That's the idea of C++ as well, because it inherits from C. So it makes this assumption that the programmer is always right. But because programmers have such a hard time...
We're going to take this string, cast it to an address, and then call it as a method.
Because the programmers have such a hard time understanding the sheer complexity of C++, my problem with it is, it's assuming the programmer is always right, but they don't even understand the hope in shell of understanding the damn thing. So it's assuming they're correct, but probably even the programmer doesn't understand what they've written, which means that the end result is almost inevitably buggy. And that's my problem with C++, is that although it's a very noble vision, and I really do like the idea behind it, and if you listen to what the guy who made it, like, what he says and everything like that, it's really cool, but I think it has failed in its goals, because it's trying to be too many things to too many people, and it's trying to maintain this, you know, if it just ditched the C thing, ditched the programmer was always right, and went to a fluffy hand-holdy, the programmer was probably wrong, we'd be fine, but it doesn't. It maintains this kind of programmer is always rightness that means that it's always going to have this problem that there's going to be subtle and crazy bugs in C++ programs that are so...
And in their programmers.
And in their programmers' brains, frankly, that they're going to be so hard to understand that they can't, you know, the program will inevitably be buggy. So I just question the worth of C++, is what I do. I think it's failed in what it... I think it's tried to be too many things. Like I say, if what the designer talks about and what it actually is and how it's actually used are all different things. And so I think that's the trouble.
Mario Kart Wii coded in C++. Did it really need to take advantage of the features that C offered? No, of course not. Was the programmer always right? Distinctly not.
But I mean, like I say, if they just did, if the vision of C++ was realised in a language that didn't have to inherit all of C's crapness, it would be really cool. What's your opinion on JavaScript? Okay, so this is a classic example of tool for the job. Right.
I know I can't play upside down, sorry.
I find JavaScript awkward and clumsy to use, but that's because I don't use it often. But it is the right tool for any job relating to client-side scripting of an HTML page. Obviously, it's the right tool for the job, because everybody supports it. Obviously, it's the right tool for the job. It's not the right tool for any other job, and I question, again, people who are using it for other things. Like, I know that people have written servers in JavaScript. I question that, because I'm like, why? It's not the right tool for that job. Use a language that's more suited to that, I would say. But again, there is the familiarity argument. You know, maybe I guess for web developers, JavaScript is so familiar that writing a server in JavaScript makes some sense. Okay, I get it, but I question that severely. You know.
It's unlikely that Mushroom Peaks or 16 Labyrinth will ever get removed.
Did you explain the complexity, for example? That I did. The answer is ON is the fastest algorithm you can make, which is add all the numbers up and
Take the
subtract.
difference between that and 50-50.
50-50, yeah, exactly.
What you've got left is your missing number.
And that's the missing number. And so that's an ON time complexity when you might think the quickest is ON log n. And you can make a convincing argument why ON is the lower bound. Because you have to access every element in order to determine the missing one. In any algorithm.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly subtle one. Don't blame yourself if you didn't get that one. Like I say, I catch a vast amount of people out with that one. But it's a good example of how complexity is really hard to reason about. Because you think it's obvious, and then it turns out there's like another level to it you haven't thought of. And so that's why, you know, quite often in real computer science, we'll have algorithms where the lower bound is ON squared, and the best known algorithm is O2 to the n. And we have no idea what the actual best is.
You did not have an axe, and I did. Therefore.
Well, Bean is the former world record holder on Marius Gold Mine, so I'm guessing
probably that,
he would want that one back ideally, but...
Alright, KB. We are running out of players pretty
Yeah,
rapidly.
we're running out of players for this one.
That's fine. Gives us time to try the Rainbow Road stuff.
Rainbow Road stuff?
Yeah, the glitch. I want to the glitch run. That,
Oh, you want to check it? Okay, sure.
checks. Yeah, I want to see what the game thinks, among other things.
What's the best supercomputer in the world? I don't know. I don't keep up on supercomputers.
4.
Wow. See, not even Bean could keep a countdown room alive. You're saying countdowns only happen when Bean's around. Not even Bean can keep this one
Also,
going.
yeah. I have nothing.
Everybody is leaving.
Alright, that's too much being staff. I don't know, random. Only 4 of us. Well, in that case, I'll make this one the last match of the countdown, and then we'll do some looking at Rainbow Road briefly.
That's unfortunate, though.
Could always lower the quality.
Or watch the replay,
Yes.
where you can pause
Yes.
and let it buffer.
Yes. No, after looking at our it'll be time for heading off, I think.
Yeah, I've been going 3 hours 42 minutes so far, so that'll probably take us somewhere near 4 hours, which is
That's
a
absolutely
reasonably
fine.
sized Bean stream.
We might not even be playing another round. This room seems to be objecting to the existence of the 4 players that are in it. And if it objects for a particularly long time, then that's going to be the end.
Unfortunate.
Yes. It's possible that someone's seeing 3 of 3 or something like that, and I wouldn't know. As just a random player that can see everybody, I don't know, you know. He's good. So many people choose to leave their console on, but you gotta restart it every now and again because the region changes every so often. I think this is a no. Pending.
It's good fun.
Hmm.
No kidding.
Please wait.
It's stuck alright.
It's stuck. 35,000 was like the highest roundish number that I could put in that still gave VR to people when losing to them. Anything much beyond that, it underflows and doesn't reward points.
Yeah, so if you got like 36,000 or whatever, and you
It's off.
and you beat someone, they get like.
We probably don't have
10
all more
VR.
players. I'm gonna be. Let's be real. How many players do we have? 3. The person who was causing the problem DC'd. So this is the last race anyway. Boom. Now with 3 players.
Yeah, I'm not up to date on my quantum computing, but the fundamental problem with a quantum computer is it's like when you make one. So like the key thing with a quantum computer is the number of.
It might even be a 1v1.
Wow. The number of quantum bits it has. If you can make one quantum bit, you think, okay, that's good, I've made one quantum bit, now I just make 100 of them, I've got a 100-bit quantum computer. It doesn't quite work like that, unfortunately. And so it's harder and harder to make larger and larger systems. And to be useful, it would need to have, you know, at least, I don't know, 200 quantum bits might be useful, I don't know. So it's a question of whether they can make a full 200 quantum bit computer. And still, you know, manipulate those reasonably fast. Because it's no good if it runs at 1 hertz either. Well, I say it's no good. I mean, it's still probably faster than brute forcing it.
Yeah.
But they're not building them so they can break encryption.
No.
Fun as it is.
Well, that's what people will use it for.
Well, probably not, because there'll be like one in the world, and it'll be like there'll be a massive waiting list to get on it.
Yeah.
That's how it was with the first computers. Like there were a few dotted about, and then people would come from far and wide to use the computer.
Yeah.
And there'd be a huge queue, and they'd prioritise things that were important, you know.
Got a trick somehow.
Because certainly Cambridge had a very early working computer, and it was. So many people came from all over the world to come and use it, and they all had to sort of write their case of why they should be allowed to use the computer.
Yeah.
And the best ones would be chosen and put on.
It's quite funny.
Yeah.
Times, eh?
Yeah. It's just 'cause it's so expensive to build and maintain one, you know. So they prioritise the most exciting research that would benefit from it.
I can't believe that Rachel found me.
What's the difference between current computers and quantum computers? Essentially, it's the quantum bit. So the unit of storage in a computer is a bit, which is either a 1 or a 0. Yeah, current computers work. Good one for MJ. Yeah, that's true. No, quantum computers, they have a quantum bit, or qubit for short. Okay, and a qubit, interestingly, due to the laws of quantum physics, does not have to only be 1 or 0. So, in a normal computer, you know, every bit is either 1 or 0. In a quantum computer, bits can be in superpositions of states. So essentially, when we reason about them, we talk about the probability that they are 1 and the probability that they are 0. But we don't actually know whether the bit is a 1 or a 0 until we observe it.
Go get the ghost.
And when we observe it, the universe seems to pick randomly between the 1 or the 0 according to the probabilities determined by the algorithm. Okay, so that's how a quantum bit works. Now, the really exciting thing about quantum bits is they can actually interact with each other in really weird ways. So you can make 2 quantum bits that are both 1 or both 0 with, say, 50-50 odds. But it can't be that one of them's a 1 and one of them's a 0 all the way around. And so as soon as you've measured one, you actually know the value of the other one. And it will always be that. So that's why quantum computers are so weird, is because they've got this probabilistic bit thing. But not only is each bit probabilistic, you could simulate that very easily, they're actually interacting. And so if you had a 200-bit quantum computer, you could have all these 200 bits that all interact in complex ways, with probabilities and so on. And then the trick with quantum algorithms is to, I believe, increase the probability that it will generate the right answer until it's about 1, and then you measure it and you get the right answer. That's the trick. So they're crazy, but they're relying on that quirk of quantum physics that matter can be in a probabilistic distribution of states. But not only is it just each individual piece of matter, but matter can interact with other matter to form a complex state. And that's the trouble. The more complicated the state, the more the universe seems to resist it. And that's the problem with quantum physics in general, is the bigger the system, the more likely it is to collapse. And so, if you had a 200 quantum bit system, you could do some very exciting algorithms, but it would probably break half of the time, because the universe will resist this strange probabilistic set of states. The universe will try and crash it, essentially.
Yeah. Shall we shut the door to the kitchen?
Can do, yeah.
Yeah, please, thanks. Both of them. Both of them. Or not? Okay. Okay. Still waiting for local ghosts, of course. Clock on the Wii is like 5 minutes out.
It's similar to all the man-made albums that ever existed. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. But were your classmates impressed by what you did? Do you mean CCGB or? I mean, the ones I told, yes. Seems like programs have enough problems with predicting behaviour of classical computers already. God knows what bugs simulators can do and work with qubits. Indeed. You have to have a grounding in quantum information theory in order to make sense of what a quantum computer will do and design quantum algorithms. But obviously, if you can take advantage of this weird probabilistic bit combination, then you can do some truly amazing things. New Dimension just got opened up with my Shadow of the Gun as well. Yeah, quantum physics is crazy, basically. Quantum physics, so if you don't know, quantum physics is the physics of very, very small things. So all of matter is being governed by quantum physics, but the thing is...
Oh, I did the music reset thing.
Yeah.
Wait, we've introduced something odd.
Yeah.
Right, we should really be on a debug build for this, for analysing out what's actually going on in there.
No, we're not going to actually debug it, are we? Let's just watch it.
Oh,
I thought you were going to do the thing with the two ghosts and the position tracker. I thought that you had.
How am I going to do that without a debugger?
Multi-ghost. What?
Doesn't have a position tracker since when?
Okay, fine.
I'd be curious to know if the standard keep position on screen code actually works for time trial mode though, because that would save me a lot of work if it did. Otherwise we're going to have to wire in a menu boot up and primary menus, yeah. And I don't remember at the best of times, so, you know. Anyway, let's go. You can minimize it, yes. Yes, you can. We're going to look at the Rainbow Road Glitch Ghost. Well, first we're going to watch it, and then we're going to go.
Is the Luigi image behind the cat? I think it's turned off at the moment, but in principle, yes.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of your cat? It is James.
Yes, James the cat.
Yeah, so everything's governed by quantum mechanics, but because... Like I say, the more interactions you have, the quicker the universe resists the strange quantum states that exist. You can't see it in large-scale objects, because although they're being governed by quantum physics, the universe is also resisting anything too crazy happening, and so you don't ever see the craziness, and so everything just looks like the ball hits the wall and bounces off. But, really, it's all quantum, but it's just, like I say, the quantum states collapse very quickly before they get too exciting. But in a computer, obviously, we can deliberately create these very exciting and wonderful states. But I mean, all of physics is just, we've observed enough stuff and this law seems to roughly govern what we observe, you know. The movement of the stars is pretty well predicted by this equation, you know. Oh, look, it doesn't predict accurately for the next 500 years. If we modify the equation like this, it now does. Oh, look, it doesn't predict accurately for the next billion years. If we modify the equation, it will work like this, you know. That's what physics is. It's basically observe, come up with algorithm.
There it is. I think it's this 232 here. Let's first watch it.
I think.
Screenshot is 102.
So he does his stuff on the final lap, or?
Yes, must do. Well, if it's... Boing, there's the first one. 2 laps of this and then, yeah. Not doing swag leap between the lines.
If you want to test your theory, surely you can just turn on live replay briefly and then tap the end of his run effectively and see if it...
I don't know how to turn off live replay, do you?
I assume it would be too hard, but no, I don't. I figure you and I are smart chappies, we can figure it out.
Yep. Thank you for 20 bits scruffy.
If you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
Okay.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
Well, thank you for the 20 bits.
I feel informed.
This ghost is one of the things that's been presumably misclassified by our system as a Rainbow Road glitch time. And we're just curious to see what's going on.
Alright, here we go then. It does all this. Okay. What are we about to do then? Yeah, we're definitely doing something odd then.
Yeah, this is obviously a bug in the system.
Or I've gotten the wrong ghost. No, it is doing 102 though.
Yeah, yeah.
How could this trigger it?
If you could have one wish granted for ZTGP, what would it be? I don't know.
Why is this glitch?
Do you know about the different types of quarks? Maybe we should save this for another day.
So it's nothing exciting. We just got this shroom, and it's all about this shroom that makes this glitch category the fastest. Going around the outside of the start line. I don't know.
Such glitch, much wow.
Don't ask me. I didn't see it.
I think our glitch detection is...
Yeah, glitch detection is obviously wrong there. It's probably like, I'm pretty sure our glitch detection is not supposed to work after it's finished, but maybe it was running. The spawn backwards after the end of lap 3 was...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That definitely is a glitch. On our part, not his.
Yeah, that's a bug in CTGP, definitely. Undeniably, indisputably.
Our system is not flawed. But it shouldn't be. If we coded it correctly, it fucking wouldn't be.
I knew.
He knew. Anyway, there's that.
That explains that one then.
Yes. Although it would be superseded by an actually working Rainbow Road glitch if someone went out of their way to do one, you know.
Yeah. Now, everybody agrees that the actual Rainbow Road glitch would be faster. It's just at the bounds of human possibility.
Yeah, let me go do it now.
Alright.
Let me get this first try.
Okay.
I'm not gonna set a ghost if I do because I've got my stuff on. Oh well, let's go.
Yep. At least we'll have the stream evidence.
And it won't be valid anyway. Yes, I don't know what that represents, frankly. That run. So yeah, you gotta get around the railings, which can be quite tricky without falling off.
Oh, good veg.
Yeah.
How you guys thought about adding UI images for all the tracks with a massive undertaking? That would be a massive undertaking, yes.
Yeah, that's a problem too, that boost pal. Yeah, what I saw actually was, I'll try to demonstrate what I saw from someone who had only managed to get into the glitch category. See if it does anything. I mean, arbitrary things like the length of the vehicle might actually be factoring into some of this. If I can just get around it. Oh god! It wasn't that.
Yes, this is now a Rainbow Road glitch attempt stream for some reason.
We're not going to be going too long. Believe you me. After all, I've not got enough skill to test this theory, so... I need to be pointing further off. It really doesn't look like it, though.
It's a very fine margin.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, you can get quite a lot of distance off that, actually, but anyway.
Apparently.
Yeah. Maybe if I were willing, I would go further still, but yeah. I don't think that necessarily clips the start line, which is kind of unfortunate. Oh, come on. I mean, equally, I could try leaping onto the track from outside and do a spin around, post the line from the right hand side. It's easier to get out of bounds here, if you see what I mean. You just kind of hop over. Doesn't always work, of course, but yeah. Apparently, it's quite easy to get there. During glitch tests that we used to do, that's how we used to try to do it.
So the objective is to get further on the railings on the right hand side, then boost across.
Yes, get some kind of weird clip and then land it, you know.
And all without crossing the start line backwards.
Yes. But equally, we saw someone get categorised by the glitch category just by falling off backwards within the start line quad, so... Oh, come on. Haha.
Bonk.
Yeah, rather.
I mean, is the Taz Ghost out there, or?
I don't think so. I'm testing a different theory anyway.
Because, I mean, you know, the Wind Waker HD barrier skip relies on a precise position, which, okay, they can get by snuggling up somewhere, and then a precise angle, which they get by aligning a pixel in the corner of the screen.
I just mainly want to do the fib, basically the Feb rendition with no fib at the moment. Oh, whatever. Yes, even if I did get out of bounds here, how would I turn around?
Yeah. And then how are you going to get across? No, you need to get across.
No, I'm saying the fib rendition without the fib, as in falling off on the other side of the railings. Are you listening to me? Do you understand? You know, the fib rendition of Rainbow Road Glitch involves you throwing yourself over a fence while facing backwards.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
With the objective of respawning.
Yes.
You
So
don't
is
want
mine.
to respawn.
So is mine. Because someone who did do that has been classified as glitch. I thought that's what they'd be using, but no, it's not. So, you know. In fairness, I should have known it was far too fast after all.
Yeah, exactly. But
And someone has been classified as glitch doing that, and I want to know why, because if that is true, surely that's not misdetection. Well, I flew a great distance, but I don't think the start line goes nearly that far out there. Bring out the hacks, I mean, that's one way of doing things, but yeah.
I really don't understand what you're trying to do. I'm obviously just being dense, but I
You
don't...
are being entirely dense, and I don't feel like explaining it to you anymore, so...
Right. I really just don't understand what your theory is.
I'm trying to get to the start line quadrant to fall off it backwards, like you do for the fib glitch. But without the fib, which means I have to get around the fence. Because someone who respawned in this manner managed to get a time onto the glitch leaderboard.
So you're trying to do this and then respawn?
Yes, ideally I would land behind the fence and then just kind of fall off when I know I'm in the start line quadrant rather than leaping around it in such a...
So how are you going to curl in midair?
Well, you can get on the other side of the fence, dude. If you can do that, that's basically what I'm looking for. But I mean, that's not bad either, anyway.
Yeah, true. But, I mean, travelling like that, you're almost certainly going to cross it backwards, aren't you? Which is precisely not the point.
As long as I don't cross it backwards, it's
Yeah,
fine.
you need to hit that quad without crossing it backwards.
It's unlikely I'll cross it backwards. Getting that much distance is very
No, that
hard.
doesn't work because like it's not the line, is it? It's the quad that's the problem. You need to quad the
Yes.
one behind it, don't you? Or
No, I need to be in the first. I need to be in the quad after the start line before the first check.
oh, but not from the quad.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't. You can never touch the quad in front of the start line, but you need to
Mhm.
enter the quad behind. That's how it detects it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it has to be that you. So yeah, his glitch, quote unquote, must have, according to our system, hit the quad
At the start line and then hits any other checkpoint. That isn't the one. That isn't what we're expecting within the first checkpoint range. We're not detecting whether or not we're not detecting correctly whether or not the checkpoints are valid. We say if it's not within the load this is immediate area forwards or no the checkpoints associated with it, it's a glitch. And that's of course not quite right. Oh. It would be nice if I could just leap the fence using shrooms. Maybe I can. Similar to the moon jump technique, just going up over the top of the hill or whatever. I feel like I'm probably going to get way more distance from... Yeah, because it's sticky road.
or even leaping the fence. How are you going to curl?
Now, if you can leap the fence, you don't need to worry too much about the angle because you can just barely miss, you know. Let's get over here. Try one.
Yeah, this one is.
This is another way. I don't remember which side we used to try to get onto the start line from, but from the back. But we know that. Thanks for the mini turbo. I feel fast. Boff. I do definitely suck, but anyway. It's actually super hard to get around the fence. I mean, if I could get that with a good flick, I'd probably go under the track, which might be good enough.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
that would be fine. It's too big,
Yeah.
but the angle is precise because you need to.
Maybe I can try starting a drift in midair. Might affect me somewhat. No.
But in the fib version,
Yeah.
we go from the quad in front of the start line.
To the quad in front of the start line, yes, you're right. Well done.
No,
What other answer are you going to give me?
in the fib version, you die in the quad in front of the start line, right? That's where you die.
Yeah, after so you're on the lap in question, yes.
Yeah, and then you respawn in the quad 2 behind the start line because of your
Correct.
janky position.
Correct.
Thus, you haven't crossed the start line backwards. In this one, what you're saying is you're going to be you're going to skip the quad in front of the start line and just enter straight into the one behind it, right? That's what you're saying.
What? No, I plan to fall off in the same quad that the fib falls off in. Where else would I fall off?
But if you fall off there, you'll respawn in the one behind the start line because
That's the idea.
But that won't work.
It needs to be the one behind the start line. Where else would I respawn to
Yeah,
get a
but we
glitch?
know that puts you in the quad that is, and then it
And
counts
that's
the
what
lap.
I'm saying. We have a ghost that gets classified as glitch who does exactly that. So therefore, surely that ghost was due a lap count. So I'm curious.
Yeah, but the fact that he did it at the end of the lap tells me something is going on. That
No! Not that ghost! We have a ghost! Not that ghost! Not the one we just watched. That's clearly a bug in our detection. We're not talking about the same ghost here. I've seen a ghost that gets classified as glitch, not that ghost. Not that dumb fuck ghost. That's not the one.
I can't just live replay the ghost that you got then.
I don't have it. I hoped that one would have it, but no, it doesn't. Jeez, you're dense.
It's very hard to understand. There's a lot going on with this glitch.
Well, okay. I am using Funky Kong, and apparently people are still watching me. I don't understand. Yes, but no, not poor Chatters. Chatters being silly Chatters. Silly Chatters needs no sympathy. Whoa. That was cool. That was all from stationary. I just doubt, unfortunately, I'd be able to do a full 180 on the outside. Facing backwards seems to have some impact on the glitch online, so maybe the same happens offline too. That's one thing we never did test after all. Does facing backwards change things? It was enough to change how it worked online, so maybe it changes how it works offline too.
Yeah.
Yes. We could only... For whatever reason, I could get it in hacking facing forwards, no problem, but whenever we tried it, we always had to be facing backwards, otherwise we just would not get a lap count online. If we fell over the start line forwards, it just wouldn't work. You'd respawn in the right position, it wouldn't work. I will say the race that I saw that had a glitch was the Bowser bike, not the torpedo. Please fall in. Yeah, if I could spin a 180 outside the barrier, which might be difficult.
I'll just turn on maze quicker.
Yes. You want to?
Or if you wanted to test something, it might be easier.
Yes, yes, certainly. Do I have a decent Moonjump code?
No idea, you tell me.
This is the point where you check Decodon for it. I'm sorry if you can poke me.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, hang on, just go forward and I'll put you under the drag. That will go, wouldn't it? But just decrease your... If you stand in the right quadrant, I'll just decrease your height.
So I would propose to fall off somewhere around here.
Alright, yeah.
While facing backwards, having not crossed the start line backwards. Cheddar's is about to make a miracle happen. I should try it with different combos too. Oh what? Oh no. Oh. Cheddar's is biting laggy interfaces. They look pretty laggy to me.
Yeah.
You know where we are?
Yeah, I think so. Tell me about that, right? Just move it a little bit.
Yeah. Backwards, forwards.
No.
Oh.
Close. What are they wrong there?
Cheddar's cannot find my position.
I feel like I did that traversal right. I was quite pleased with it, but 0, 8. That was definitely wrong.
I'm gonna go practice what you're.
Yeah.
Well, I might reshuffle the RAM, won't I?
No. Then you don't die.
Hmm?
Oh, well, you know, each one shouldn't matter because it's just a quick restart, isn't it?
You might reshuffle the RAM nevertheless.
Right, 8.
Oh, not what I wanted. Sure.
90. Is it 4? Oh, yeah, here it is. That was close, very close.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway. You're out. So now I respawn here. Ah! And this vehicle sucks. Let's keep going. Anyway, perhaps unsurprisingly, this probably will not count the lap, but yeah. No, me just swap character. If you want.
Oh.
I want to try a couple of characters. The ghost that I saw was Funky Flame. I'll try him, and then we'll try a small character as well. One, the smallest vehicle I can think of, or whatever.
You bloody traversal again.
Oh, well, it sure seemed hard.
It was. It's like your shit.
I apologise profusely, but there's not an awful lot I can do anyway. You probably should wait for me to get to the track first. Alright, here I am. This is great. So how can that possibly be a thing? That's pretty small. Because that one's really going to be able to get out of bounds in the right manner. Alright, off we go.
That would actually be hilarious. The glitch must be performed.
With a small enough vehicle. You know you want it to be true.
If that was true, that would be the most beautiful thing in Mario Kart poetry, but alas, it will not be true.
No, right?
That vehicle is stupid.
Oops. Huh. Oh shit, he's very fast at XL.
I'm cheating to cause him to teleport.
Come on, baby Luigi, cheap meta. Damn it, why are you so bad? Oh. Well, we tried. Alright, that's enough of that. I'd have to watch the replay of the one that gets it. I need to go find out wherever it is and do shenanigans with it. Anyway, enough. That was a boring end to an interesting stream. Let's see. Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Come back. Alright. Let us go to the Mario Kart Wii directory. I'll check it later. Look at that viewer count. It's about to have a few more. Alright. I'm going to use the Sword of Seals, of course. Where else would I send you? So, he's watching replays. Sounds good. Alright. See you all soon. Thank you for watching, and I will, see you next time.
Farewell, everyone.
Good night. And see you all soon.